Eric, thank you. Breaking at 11, a woman arrested accused of zipping a man in a suitcase, leading to his death. The Orange County Sheriff's Office tweeted this video of 42-year-old Sarah Boone in handcuffs. Deputies say the killing happened yesterday at a home along France Lane in Winter Park. Boone told investigators she and Jorge Torres Jr. were drinking and playing hide and seek. She says she zipped him inside the suitcase, passed out, and forgot about him. But investigators found videos on Boone's cell phone. They say you can hear Torres telling Boone he cannot breathe. According to the arrest report, Boone replies saying, quote, "That's what you do when you choke me. That's what I feel like when you cheat on me." Tonight, she is facing a second-degree murder charge.
Hello, everyone. How are you? This is the panel that I'm doing with Broken Justice. I think Shirl's coming along. I think Melanie's here already. So more discussion on this case that I just can't prevent myself being fascinated by. I've got a little bit more of the body cam footage that I didn't actually show the other night. There's a few more little parts that I would like to play from that.
What?
Hello, Melanie. How are you?
I'm good. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you were.
Am I low? I never know if I have my headphones on right. Is it better?
That's better.
Okay, sorry.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
For this.
So we're just waiting for our two guests to arrive. While we're waiting, I'm gonna play a clip from Court TV just as a reminder, because it's a good summary of the interrogation, which I obviously covered a while back, but it could be a good idea just to remind ourselves of this. So let me bring this up.
That was Sarah Boone taunting her boyfriend, George Torres, as he died inside that locked suitcase. She's now charged with murder, and I want to show you her interrogation video to see if there's anything that she says that might help her at her trial.
This morning we went to his autopsy, and we were informed of some injuries that he had.
He fell off my son's bike.
Okay.
So I don't know. And he's notorious for running into the wall. All honesty, we have not gotten into it.
Okay.
That's why, like, the only thing I thought you guys were going to ask me about, which I was going to be honest with you anyway, are the scratch marks on his back.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Broken Justice.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can. Welcome.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. How are you? Oh, she's gone.
Did you go?
She popped off. I was okay, Melanie, I was just going to say there, when you hear her say, let me just go back. It's astonishing some of the quotes that she comes out with during this interrogation. It just leaves people absolutely flabbergasted at just her incredible lack of self-awareness. Hey, you back, Broken?
Hey, can you hear me
Hey.
now?
Yep.
Oh, goodness. Sorry about that.
You're okay? You're fine.
Oh, they do.
What's that? Hello? Can you hear us, Broken? Okay, I think Broken Justice's connection is broken at the moment. Melanie?
What's up? You talking
here?
about how she's so delusional?
Yeah, exactly. Just listen to what she says here again when she says, I thought you were only going to ask me about A or B, right? Like, she literally hadn't conceived how little her chances were of walking out of this interrogation room. It's mind-boggling, right? Regardless of whether you think it's second degree, whether you think it's manslaughter, No one, I think, would argue that she's not guilty. It's just the only argument that's up for debate is whether it's second degree or manslaughter. You know, what is the measure of the punishment, right?
It's second. I'm very, I'm very set on it. But I could see how people would think it's not. It was just too hateful for me to. She did it in such a hateful way that it's second degree. It
And I
was
think,
murder.
well, Shirl's here. I think Shirl might agree with you, Melanie.
Hi, Shirl. Yeah.
Hi. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Hi,
Hey, Broken.
She died.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Yep.
Can you hear you now?
Oh, cool. All right.
So we've got Melanie, Shirl, and Broken Justice here. Shirl, can you hear us?
Yes. Can
Yes.
you
Hello, Melanie.
Hi.
can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes. Perfect.
Awesome. All right, so I may be slightly outnumbered here in terms of
You are.
yeah.
Yeah.
Uh,
Oh, yes.
So, Broken Justice, do you want to give us your general thoughts about this case and whether you've watched the whole interrogation, like how deeply you've gone into it, and your kind of basic ideas on this?
Well, I've watched the interrogation. I've watched the body cam, anything that I can find on it. And what stands out to me about this case is in the interrogation, what she is focusing on and what she wants is for them to see things the way she does, and she doesn't understand why they can't. She, oh, she's not even doing it on purpose. She really does believe the way she sees it is the way it really happened.
Yeah,
And there's no, and she doesn't understand why no one else sees it that way.
I would
And
agree with that. Yeah.
yeah, and that's why that, I mean, this case just confused me because she just kept going over that and over that, and then it just clicked. I was like, she doesn't get it. You know, she really doesn't get it. She thinks they should agree with her, and she's going to walk out of there because she doesn't think she did anything wrong.
See,
So,
what I would argue, right, is that it's more an indication of how completely out of reality she is. Like, not only with what I am assuming is some shock, right, but some people might disagree that she is in shock, right? I think she is. And bear in mind, this interrogation is not much more than 24 hours after that night when they were drinking.
well, I heard in one of the, I don't know, it was on someone's live or something, some video of where she found out that night that he had been talking to another girl or cheating with another girl. And
He was just talking, like on Facebook or something. It wasn't anything physical.
yeah,
Yeah, but yeah, you're right.
but to her, that was,
Because she does say in that horrible video footage, this is what it feels like when you cheat on me. And I think that's partly what
hmm
she's referring to, right? But yeah,
right.
Melanie's right. He wasn't literally cheating as far as we know. He was just talking to females on Facebook or whatever, right?
Yes. And I believe that she did this out of rage. That tipped her over the scale. I mean, her finding that sent her, she was really angry about it. And she sat there on it and sat there on it. And she saw an opportunity um, to get revenge on him or to punish him. And she
Uh-huh.
took it.
Hmm.
Do you
And
think
I
that?
think she went,
Oh, sorry. Do you think
go ahead,
that
I'm sorry.
she talked him into getting into the suitcase just because she wanted to like beat him up and like kind of torture
No,
him?
I don't know. that part is what's puzzling. I don't understand. If they were playing hide and seek, there's only two of them. So why would he hide in the suitcase when she knows where he's at? Yeah, I think that maybe she said, "Get in the suitcase. See if you'll fit in the suitcase." Or he said, "I'm gonna hide." I was gonna hide in the suitcase, but I think the suitcase was upstairs, and I think she did zip it up, and I think she pushed it down the stairs, and
Yeah.
because she was so angry. And when she went to bed, she really didn't. He was going to have to get out by himself because she sure wasn't going to help him. And she didn't think about how he was going to get out or whatever. She wasn't thinking past that rate. I mean, that being mad at him stage.
Yeah, I mean, her bitterness and cruelty are explicit in that video, regardless of how drunk she is, right? Regardless
Right.
of how close to a possible blackout she is. I mean, most people know that the problem with alcohol, it doesn't create problems that aren't already there. It just exaggerates them, right? And
hmm
um,
It really
it can
does. Alcohol plays a big role in things sometimes.
So can I just add something really quick?
go for it.
You're talking about her being blackout drunk. The problem that I have, she's not blackout drunk when he's begging her to unzip the suitcase. She may have blacked out later on, gone upstairs and blacked out, but while she's sitting there, she's fully aware of what he's asking her to do, and she's basically saying, "F you, I'm not doing it." So
I think she's obviously conscious and aware in that moment, right? But do you think maybe when she woke up in the morning, she had any recollection of him?
I mean,
Oh yeah.
technically, her actions the next day, I don't think get her off the hook for legally what she did. It's what her actions are that night. If she was in the middle of videotaping and then like passed out and all of a sudden, okay, then that would be one thing. But clearly that's not what happened. And she wasn't blackout drunk. She could understand what he was saying. You could even understand her. As she, like I said, she was able to actually, record it, able to go upstairs, walk up the stairs, So if she blacked out after that, I don't know if legally that's a defense, because she wasn't blackout drunk when she was recording it, when he was asking her for help, and she just sat there and did nothing. Now she can claim, "I didn't think he was going to die." Okay, but that still doesn't, negate your responsibility at that point in time.
Oh no, I mean, it absolutely doesn't. I mean, the only issue that's up for argument really is how long does she deserve to be punished for, right? I mean, what regardless of what we all think about this, I think everyone would agree that she is guilty. It's just the actual punishment part, right, that some of us might disagree on.
I think that it should be second degree. Definitely.
And I think Shirl and Melanie agree with you, right?
Yeah, I do. So what was it in second degree that you didn't agree with, Rabid? I know you kept saying that there was one particular part of the second degree description in the law.
Okay, this part here. Can you guys see the screen, yeah?
Yeah, but it's really big. Okay, yeah.
Okay, so so we've kind of cleared up the whole point about there not necessarily needing to be any premeditation, right? It says that there.
Right.
Although without any premeditated design. And then prior to that, it says by any act imminently dangerous to another. And that's basically saying acting with a depraved mind, regardless of human life. That's the part there that I think could be open to interpretation, whether she was aware that her actions, even if they were depraved because she was being cruel to him, it's open to interpretation in terms of whether she was aware that she was endangering his actual life. That's the part that could be mitigating because she was so impaired.
But when he says, "I can't breathe," and she says, "Don't care, I can't breathe." Yeah, that's how I felt when you choked me. Can't breathe. Don't care. Clearly she knows that there's something going on. She can the next day Monday morning quarterbacking, say, I thought he could get out. Well, clearly that's not the case. It's not, or she wouldn't have sat there and said all those things. She knew he couldn't get out. So right there, to me, she did it willfully. Again, maybe she didn't expect him to die. I don't know. I mean, I really don't know. Maybe she was indifferent if he died. I don't know.
But what was it that she was willfully thinking that she was doing, though? That's the crux of it, right? Like, through her impairment. I mean, you are right that she was aware, right, that he was begging for air, right? Well, maybe not air, but he was in distress. I don't even know if she was aware that being in a suitcase could suffocate someone, even, right? You could even argue that. Most people would know that, right?
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking that too, that this is one of those cloth suitcases. So, but he's all scrunched up. That's the other thing. He's all scrunched up. So you are gonna what? There's a thing that's called where it's like compression strangulation or something like that.
Yeah, that's what they said. It was mostly because he couldn't fully take a full breath. However, you were trying to say it. I'm sorry. However, you were just saying it was exactly like what they said.
Okay, yeah. Again, I'm going to go back to it would be really interesting. I mean, to the forensics on the suitcase and the autopsy on the injuries that he had, because he may have had all these injuries and he may have had them the way she described them, but they'll be able to tell that if they're older injuries, new injuries, things like that. But
and they said they were fresh.
Yeah, actually, I want to play a video just to outline that fact, guys.
Ma'am, good morning. Your name? Sarah Boone. Miss Boone.
42.
So this is actually, do you know how the event happened on the Monday? She calls 911 on the Sunday morning. Then she is interrogated on the Tuesday, and this in court here is on the Wednesday. That's how quickly this happened. So this is her getting her charge, but I just want to draw your
wait, sorry,
attention.
can you say that again? What? I'm sorry.
So the event happened on the Monday when they were drinking, right?
Yeah.
Then she finds him in the morning on the Sunday, calls 911.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, yeah. Hold on a second. No, they were drinking on the Sunday night.
Yeah, and Monday
morning is when she called 911. And then Tuesday was the day of the interrogation. And this here in court is on the Wednesday when she's in front of the judge getting her actual charge. But they bring up the evidence from the autopsy here, which is kind of something you're referring to, Shirl, right?
Yeah.
Because that is something that could make me change my mind about manslaughter to second degree.
Yeah.
Ma'am, good morning. Your name? Sarah Boone. Miss Boone.
42-year-old Sarah Boone faced a judge Wednesday morning charged with second-degree murder. Detectives say she left her boyfriend, 42-year-old Jorge Torres Jr., in a suitcase in their Winter Park apartment to die. Based on the evidence in the case,
the autopsy findings, which include significant evidence of trauma to multiple sites on the victim's body,
the state asked for no bond. The judge agreed. According to the arrest report, Boone told Orange County deputies she and her boyfriend were playing hide and seek when they thought it would be funny if he got into the suitcase. She says she zipped him inside. Hours later on Monday afternoon, deputies say Boone called 911 saying Torres was dead. Detectives say Boone said the two had been drinking and that after she zipped him into the suitcase, she went upstairs and passed out in her bed before waking up later to her cell phone ringing. That's when she says she realized Torres was possibly still inside the suitcase and found him unresponsive. But two videos found on Boone's cell phone appear to tell a different story. Detectives say in one of the videos, Boone's boyfriend was yelling her name, saying repeatedly that he couldn't breathe. Boone reportedly replied, "That's what you do when you choke me. And that's what I feel like when you cheat on me," and told him to shut up. In the video, detectives say you can see Torres pushing on the suitcase, trying to get out. In Orange County, Alex Villarreal, West 2 News.
Yeah, so there's a few things there. Obviously, the point about the autopsy, where there's various sites of trauma. Okay, that could be the very reason that they went for the second degree rather than manslaughter, right? We just don't know the specifics regarding that kind of trauma. They maybe
Right.
are relating that already to what the neighbour said about hearing noises as if he was being thrown down the stairs. That's
And
the
you
first
need to
point.
keep in mind, too, that everything we're hearing is coming from the news. Obviously, there's a lot more that the police and the DA know that we don't know.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, we can only debate it in principle, right? Because we only have so much information. The other point was that there was no bond set. She's been incarcerated for over 2 years now. It's like 2 years, 3-4 months. She was never going to make any bond anyway, I think, right? I think we can all guess that. And the other thing was, did you hear the news reporter say that she got woken up the next day through getting a phone call? Because this was one of the things that I was talking about in the last live, right? Is this gap from 11 a.m. up until 1 p.m. when she called 911. And her ex-husband said that he started to call her at 11:30. I've got a timeline here, guys, right, just to try and kind of make it easier. So she says that she wakes at 11 a.m. and she stays in bed until 12:30ish, and that's when she apparently finds him. But her ex-husband started calling at 11:30 and then called every half an hour to an hour. And then he only finally got her at 12:49, 10 minutes before he arrived. And then it was him that told her to call 911. And apparently Sarah had called Brian while he was on the way. But that was the only call that she made.
See
Hey,
that?
Broken, are you back? Sorry, Shirl, on you go.
No, I want to make sure that she's back.
Hey, Broken, can you hear us? Yeah, she might be having trouble with her connection. She's not muted or anything. Oh, you back again? There's two of you.
You're really outnumbered now.
I know, right? 4-1. Broken. Hello. Yeah, I think you may have some Wi-Fi issues.
No, it was my brand new phone. Something happened to it.
Ah, okay.
The volume just went off. So
you know.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. So did you see the clip that I played there?
No, I didn't. I'm sorry.
Right. Okay, just to summarize, she was in front of the judge on the Wednesday. Okay, so that was the day after the interrogation to get her official charge of second-degree murder, and they read out the fact that the autopsy had shown multiple sites of trauma. Okay, on George, and they also brought up the fact that there was no bond set, and I doubt she would have made a bond anyway. But then the other factor is that the news reporter said that she was woken up in the morning by a phone call. Okay, that she said that she woke at 11 a.m. and didn't go downstairs until 12:30 to find George. But her ex-husband said that he started to ring only at 11:30 a.m. and then called every half an hour to an hour. Because that's one of the big questions, right? Is this gap from 11 a.m. up until 1 p.m.
Right. And where did she, I mean, did she get a call earlier from someone else?
No, I think the news reporter is referring to the call from the husband, but the ex-husband's call didn't go through until 11:50, 10 minutes before he went round to see her. And
Yeah.
he told her to call 911. She says that she woke at 11 a.m. but didn't want to go downstairs, didn't want to get out of bed, so she stayed in bed until 12:30. She was assuming that he was downstairs on the laptop. So according to her, she went downstairs at 12:30, and that's when she realized that he was in the suitcase.
Well, I can just say that like news reports are notorious for being wrong, especially the earlier ones. I would lean more on what was said in those body cam from the police. I don't remember though what the ex-husband said. I mean, I know he said he was trying to call her. I don't remember. Did he say that, yeah, and finally she answered, or did he say she called him when he was on his way over?
No, he said that she finally answered, or he finally got her at 12:50. But I'll play that there actually.
So,
And I think he said he was already on his way over.
And she had called him. So it wasn't his calls that woke her up, right? According to what they said that day.
Well, all we know is the first time that she answers his calls is at 12:49. That's prior to him actually leaving though, right? And that's when she tells him what's happened. So then he, at that point, after that call, leaves. It's a very short distance. She is, according to her, trying to do CPR, and then she calls him back while he's on the way. That's what he's referring to.
I don't understand why if that's not how it happened, why she even lied. Why say you were awake at 11, but you didn't call the police until 1? That makes you look worse. I mean, it would have looked better if she just said, I was asleep until, he called me and said he was on his way over, and then I went downstairs, I found him, da da da. But that 2-hour gap makes her look worse.
Yeah, I think she was probably active on her phone. Like if she did anything on her phone, they would have known.
Yeah,
that
true.
She was awake, and
that's kind of why I think she's telling the truth, though, Shirl, because it makes her look worse.
Oh, I mean, she could be. It just she's not a master criminal. Let's put it that way. That's for sure.
I don't think she was telling the truth. She was telling the truth that maybe she woke up at that time. She's not telling the truth that she didn't go downstairs.
She started adjusting it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually think she went downstairs long before then. Right. I think she just went into panic mode. I mean, one of the things, that's another thing that, my first thought was, how you kept saying, Rabid, she seemed really, really concerned about people thinking that she was an alcoholic, which she clearly is. Maybe one of the first things she did, because I would put money on it. I don't know for sure, but I put money on it. There was more than one empty bottle of wine in that apartment. So maybe one of the first things she did was try to get all the alcohol bottles and stuff and take it to the dumpster or hide it in a closet or something. You know what I mean? Because she did seem very, very concerned about the fact that people may think she is an alcoholic.
Well, I mean, what do y'all think about, her being an alcoholic? And if I woke up and I found my boyfriend in a suitcase dead, I think the first thing I would do is go and grab a drink.
Yeah.
You know?
Yep.
In the morning, but it doesn't seem like she did.
Well, she could have had a drink and it just to take the edge off. She's not drunk. I mean, again, we're just seeing these body cam, when if it actually goes to trial, they'll have the testimony if anybody smelled alcohol. But on the other hand, if she was drinking heavily the night before, she could still smell like alcohol, even if she didn't take a drink. But I think that's maybe that is why she does kind of seem so, and I'm going to use the word calm, even though I know you think differently.
I think calm.
She seems, she doesn't seem near as frantic as just a rational person would be. So I agree with you. I think probably the first thing she did was take a drink.
I think she's in a massive panic. I really do. That's what I see.
But see, I don't see panic anymore. My panic would be so totally different from that. I would be flipping out, screaming, crying.
Yeah. True. True. She was with this guy for 3.5 years as well. It's not just like a 6-month relationship, right?
Right. It's not like that. That's what gets me too. She was with him for a long time, but she was so mad at him. I just don't think she cared that he was gone.
She seemed more panicked to me about what his family was going to do.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
Than being in trouble with the police. Like she had
for
no
sure
idea that was going to be a problem with the police.
Even
Well-
even in the interrogation, she had her list of questions at the end, and I don't remember all of them, but one of them was, how can she go about getting the engagement ring back? What were they planning on telling the family? Would they let her know ahead of time what they told the family? And it was like, those are to me just really bizarre questions for somebody. I don't care if you've been with him for 3 years, 30 years, or 3 months. You wake up and somebody that you're in a relationship with is dead, curled up in a suitcase. I would think there would be some emotion. If not, maybe I'll give you, maybe she was in shock at that moment. I don't believe it, but I'll give you that. But even the next day, no, she wasn't in shock enough to not be able to come up with these questions. So she clearly has a good thought process going on. She just has no emotion. And if we had a drinking game with every time she said intended, we'd be drunk within the first 10 minutes. I mean,
yeah, I know.
She was hammering that home. I mean, because for her,
not intentional.
Yeah. So intentional. So I think that's she knows what happened. She knows that she probably should have let him out when he said he couldn't breathe. Period.
Yeah. I mean, I suspect that there's a multiple of things going on with her, though, right? I think on top of the obvious alcohol abuse issues that's going on, there's some serious personality disorder with her. And I just think she is utterly incapable of being aware of how she's coming across. I think in her head, because I believe that she did not intend real harm on him, I think she's really quickly already processed that, right? She knows that she did not intend that, and for her, that's enough. But what's staggering about her is that she just expects people around her that aren't inside her head to be aware of that. And that completely comes across in the interrogation. She starts to lose her temper with the interrogators, almost as if she feels insulted that they're thinking these negative things about her, as if all she had to do was turn up and tell them that it was not intentional, reiterate the fact to them that she's a straight A student, she's a fantastic parent, she says. She's clearly not a fantastic parent, as the ex-husband's statement gives an indication of, right, which I'll show in a bit. But I'm going to play this little clip here from the interrogation because we're doubting her real feelings for George and whether she really is grieving for him, right? So let's just play this little part here where that issue comes up.
Told you about it, where I had to have almost I had one really bad surgery, but then it got really, 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 really bad, where I had to go like 4 or 5 more times afterwards for them to tend to it, from him poking me in the back of the leg.
Right.
So it's...
And why are you still with him?
Everybody asks me that. When I tell you guys this, I really love him, like I do, and I feel like I can help him. Like I feel like I could help him, which I did, because he came a really long way from where he was in Philadelphia to moving back to here and to dealing with everything else that he's been dealing with. I've really helped him. I've bailed him out of jail, 3 times. I've gone to every single hearing and every single arraignment, everything that I did for him. Gone to see all his public defenders, go to the state. I've gone to the state. I did everything for him because I'm trying to help him, because I had hope in him. And he was trying. He was really trying. And then he starts to think about things, and I think he gets overwhelmed. And then it's like, next thing I know, he's drinking. So it's like, oh man, I have done her wrong. But he's changed. He changed.
And that's why you're still with him, even though he's done all these things to you. And
when I tell you I love him, I love him.
And when you love somebody, you have limits.
Everybody tells me that. All my neighbors tell me that. The office, property manager.
At some point, somebody gets enough then they have to do something to defend themselves.
I would just flee. And I don't know if you would like to see on my phone, or I think it's actually on a laptop. I actually, because, and you have to understand too, I have, like, prior to classes in PO, kicked him out. How many times? I have.
So who takes that as being an indication that she genuinely cares about this guy?
Yeah, but okay, finding out that he was talking to other girls on Facebook, that changed how much that kind of anger took her over, and so that can really
I agree. I mean,
enrage a woman really bad. I mean, so her feelings, I know she cared about him, but she was so angry with him.
Absolutely. Yeah. And let me just...
she doesn't really believe she did anything wrong.
That's the thing, right? That's what I think she's already processed, which is something that would not be normal for the rest of us, right? I think there's some... She's clearly not mentally well, right? On top of the alcohol issue. For her, I mean, for her to come to that interrogation not much longer than 24 hours after she has forgotten to take her partner out of the suitcase, which has led to his death, for her to actually sit down at home and write that list out and come in with it and think that she can make demands
And the reason I don't think that she blacked out is because she can remember everything that happened. Even, I mean, she remembers going up to, to bed until she starts trying to shift it around because they are looking at her like she did something wrong. And then she starts trying to critique it to make it look better.
I think she blacked out enough where, I mean, she obviously forgot that she filmed it, though. I mean, there's parts of it. But you're right. I agree. Like, she knew what she was doing the whole time. He was going to be punished, and he was going to sleep in that suitcase the whole night. He was just over-exaggerating how he couldn't breathe. She didn't want to care. She didn't want to hear it, and she didn't care. She didn't care enough to understand that he was absolutely telling her the truth, and she was just like, yeah, screw you.
And I think that him losing his life because of her negligence is second degree, because if she hadn't made fun of him and stuff and, say, I'm going to bed, I mean, I'm just saying that her actions, I would give her second degree just on her actions alone.
Right. And Rabid, do you think if the roles were reversed right here and it was George that tricked her into going in the suitcase, do you think you would see it different? I think it would look totally different if it was switched.
Did we scare Rabid away?
I don't know.
Sorry, guys. I didn't realize I was on mute.
Oh.
That's a really good question, Melanie. I was actually thinking about this earlier. Like, and I think I've maybe been accused of this before, that I might be too easy or softer on females as opposed to males. So it's something that I'm thinking about, right? If it was reversed, would I have as much sympathy for the male perpetrator? I don't know if I would. To be honest.
And nobody would believe it. If everything was exactly the same, the way he would be acting exactly like her, they would be like, he did it on purpose. It would be almost like they would probably look for any way to charge him with first degree murder if it was exactly the same as the roles reversed, I think.
And Rabid, I want to know, I mean, like, what makes you feel sorry for her? I mean, what is it about the case that you think that she should get a break?
Well, I don't think she should get a break, right? I think she deserves to be punished.
Yeah, you want her to be punished, but you're looking at manslaughter, and we're looking at second degree.
Yeah.
What is it that sways you towards manslaughter more?
It's
I mean,
it's hard to articulate, right? But in a sense, she's also a victim herself, right? A lot of people won't like it to be termed an illness, right? Because she's clearly an alcoholic, clearly, and she has mental health issues, clearly. And I'm convinced that she did black out. I think the memory came back to her in the morning, perhaps, but she definitely did not recall making the video.
At what point do you think she blacked out and doesn't recall anything until the morning?
Well, we see the way blackouts tend to occur, as far as I'm aware, is that the person can be conscious to a certain level as the event is happening. So she would be aware in the moment of what was going on. She thinks that she's just being cruel to this guy. I'll give him 5-10 minutes in there. I'll let him suffer because I'm feeling a certain kind of way. And then she decides or forgets that she has to open up or unzip the suitcase and goes up and falls asleep. It's in the morning that the blackout really occurs, where there's a big gap in the memory, typically, right? And then normally that starts to come back, but it doesn't always come back.
Right.
Or it might come back days later.
She made a reference to, how he always cried wolf. That's who he was. That's what he did. He was the boy that cried wolf, boy that cried wolf. Why would she be saying that if she didn't know if she didn't remember what happened? And if she remembered what happened that night, to that extent, knowing what he was saying, then she's responsible.
I think as soon as she went downstairs and seen the suitcase, the memory came back to her, but perhaps not all the details, right? She probably...
All right, so let me pose another question to you. You're sitting in your house, some guy breaks in, stabs you, or stabs somebody in your house with you, murders them, but he's blackout drunk. Would that be the same? If he woke up the next day and didn't remember doing it, didn't remember anything about it, has no idea why he came into your house and stabbed X amount of people?
No, because there's a positive action that has led to the death there, right? Because he's physically creating harm. Like what Sarah did was different, right?
I don't think so. Because I think she zipped him up in there. That was her doing what she did. Then when she found out that her actions were causing some sort of thing for him, like the fact that he can't breathe, again, we'll forget about if she threw him down the stairs, because that would be a whole different case. But she zipped him up in there. Now she knows he can't breathe, and she's sitting there not only just not doing anything, but mocking him and video recording it.
We know that she heard him telling her that she couldn't breathe, but did she know he couldn't breathe? Was she aware that if he stayed in there for like hours that he would die in the state she was in?
But that's not what's needed for second degree, though. She doesn't have to know that for second degree.
And it doesn't have to be intentional. It can be an
Yeah, it doesn't have to be intentional, and she doesn't have to know for a fact that her actions would cause death for second degree in Florida.
Well,
but her actions did cause his death. I mean, she has to suffer the consequences, I think. It'll get her. It may not.
It's one of those where I just wish there was so much more out there, right? Because there's so many things. I mean, I could agree with Rabid if 9 other things came a different way, but we don't know those things, right?
And it's because she's got the answers in her head, I mean, because they've asked her that question, that the police officers just could not believe that she did not see that she did anything wrong. I mean,
that's what I think made everything 100 times worse for her. She was going to be arrested regardless, but the way that she acted and her personality and her complete coldness led her to have zero sympathy from them, right? I mean, she probably most likely would have got the same charge I'm willing to accept, but they just had zero sympathy for her because of her personality. But just going back to the second degree thing, it's this part here again.
So if I'm reading that right, her sitting there mocking him when he's saying he can't breathe would be the depraved mind regardless of human life.
But you would agree that there's a difference in her interpretation of what's going on there if she was stone cold sober and he was saying all those same things and then she went upstairs and went to sleep, right? There's a difference between that and being that impaired where she can barely talk.
No, because she
there has to be a difference between how rational she is in those two circumstances.
I don't think being inebriated at whatever level is an actual justifiable defense. I don't know. I don't think so.
But only in terms of the degrees, right?
No, but if you can't use that as a defense, then pretend that's out of the picture. Pretend like she's not blackout drunk. Pretend like she only did have 1 glass of wine or 2 glasses out of this bottle. She's not blackout drunk. Do you think that qualifies as second degree then?
I do, yeah. I do.
So again, if the defense can't use being inebriated to a certain point, which nobody can prove she was or wasn't. All we have is the fact that she was slurring her words. But there was no breathalyzer test or anything like that. So there's nobody to say she was blackout drunk but her.
Surely they did a test on her. I'm hoping that they did.
No, they wouldn't have the next day.
And gosh. In order for, I could understand what she was saying. She was really clear. She might have been a little, on the drunk side, but even 2 bottles of wine is so low in alcohol content, the percentage, that an alcoholic, it takes a lot to get them drunk. A lot.
It could also be, she was like on that line where obviously she's not going to drive and she probably needs to be carried out of the bar or helped out of the bar and poured into a car. But the blackout part, I don't believe that. She didn't sound blackout drunk to me, especially for an alcoholic. Now, that doesn't mean that once she went upstairs and maybe she did more drinking, there was that 11 minutes between the first video and the second video and she had clearly moved the suitcase. Maybe she did more drinking, but at that moment in time when she was doing that video and she was talking, that doesn't, if I'm on a jury, I would need to have something a little bit more to prove to me that was blackout drunk. She may have been blackout drunk later. Everybody, I've done that. You guzzle down a drink and then it hits you 15 minutes later. Maybe it was something like that, but at that moment, I don't think she was inebriated at that stage.
And she still feels the same way sober the next day as she did when she was drunk.
Yeah, that's the other thing.
So she has the same feelings. So I go with, it doesn't matter that she had that alcohol.
What feelings do you think are the same as that recording? She was being cruel to him and quite spiteful to him.
I think honestly, she practically blames him for it. Hey, if you weren't the boy that cried wolf, I would have known to let you out of the suitcase. She
says that during the interrogation, right?
Huh?
Yeah, she says that during this interrogation, doesn't she? She brings up the boy that cried wolf.
Several times, yes. So
and she was getting upset.
No responsibility. If it were me, even if I completely believed that I don't remember a single thing, what the hell happened, this is still my partner. I'm going to be racked with guilt whether I actually played a part in it or not. You're going to be racked with guilt.
She's not at all.
But are we not judging, or are we not taking her actual personality and her character too much into the equation here, right? When it's a matter of the law, whether it's second degree or manslaughter.
No, I'm judging her by what she did, and she filmed it.
And by the way she acts. she
Sorry, go ahead.
she's like really cold.
She is cold. That's her personality, though, right?
You can't, but do we know that?
But,
do you know that? Have you seen her in any other interviews? Do you know what she's like
the,
on Tuesday?
But the way that she talked like that. She, you know.
Well, we've got a 2-day period of time to give us some kind of indication as to how she is, right? I mean, she's not really in a healthy, normal state of mind either of those 2 days, though, right?
You saw
granted.
her those 2 days when she was in CYA mode. You know what that is, right? We didn't see her what she was like on Friday, or last Wednesday, or what she's like with her kids, or what she was even like with him earlier that night. You only see her after the incident, when she has everything to gain to make sure that she's believed. The only problem is I think she really, I think she's going down the road of trying to make it look like she really didn't have anything to do with it, right? And to do that, she's coming off cold, or maybe she is cold. I don't know, but in her mind, I think she's thinking, if I don't show that I'm, feeling remorse about this, then they won't think I did it. But that's completely irrational to think that. But then again,
But she's not. She doesn't seem to be making an extra effort to show remorse. That's one of the criticisms of her,
that's what I'm saying. Because I think in her mind, if she does that, she's worried they will think that she is guilty of something. So she's playing it off like, no, it's all him. It's all him. Or she just really has no feelings.
Yeah, that could be true. But let me ask you guys a question, right? If there was no blackout, and she is more culpable than perhaps I'm believing, tell me why she left the video on her phone for them to find. Willingly gave the phone to them.
She didn't remember.
She forgot about it.
Absolutely.
That's the indication of a blackout, then, isn't it? How did she not remember?
Because she was not. Her brain was focused on saving herself and seeing, evaluating the situation at hand, what was right in front of her. And that was pushed back in her memory. She didn't remember until she's in the interrogation room. I mean,
you don't think when she walked down in the morning, seen the suitcase, opened it, seen him dead, that she wouldn't get an instant recollection of filming him?
No.
Cruel to him?
I don't think she was thinking about what was on her phone. She's thinking about, what am I going to do with this body? What am I going to do with
in front of me?
As far as you're saying that she gave the phone to the detectives, honestly, I don't think she had much of a choice.
Right.
She can either give it to them, or they're going to get a subpoena for it. Or once they arrest her, they're going to take it. So I don't think she's like, here, take my phone. Look at my phone. But no, I don't think she was thinking about that. I think she forgot about it because she's got a dead body right there.
Yeah, she's worried about.
Guys, how could she possibly forget taking those videos? Though,
because she's got a dead body in front of her eyes, and that is where her brain is focused. The other stuff that she did during that evening was pushed back to where
you guys are just coming to that conclusion, right? Based on what?
Based on
what? The video still being on the phone and her giving it to them,
and based on, I based it on my own experience. I had something bad happen, and you block out everything, just goes in a blur around you, and you are hyper focused on just what's in front of you. There is no, what do you need to remember and all this and that. You just focused on what is in front of you. And that's when you start that panic mode. And it might be something in females, I don't know, but I know that's what happened to me.
Well, and you have to remember, it's only 2 hours. It's not. I mean, if she had a whole entire day, yeah, she probably would have remembered. But she's in 2 hours. She comes downstairs. Oh my gosh, he's dead. She unzips it. He falls out. She's panicking. I don't know what she's doing. Getting rid of the bottles, taking a drink, doing whatever.
Mm-hmm.
She's panicking. How her mind is focused on what is she going to say to get out of this. She's not thinking about her phone. She's not thinking about her phone at all. Unless
not
they have proof.
not necessarily about her phone, but she would have remembered how cruel she was being to him, and that would connect to.
Well,
oh my God, I recorded it.
Where do you think she's going to remember that? When she sees him laying there and he's got the gurgling noises she said he had, or he has the blood coming out, or she's running all over the place trying to figure out, what am I going to say? How am I going to say? Okay, what I'm going to say is da-da-da. Where do you think she's going to go, oh, that's right, I do have those videos. I just don't see that in an hour
that
and a half.
That memory has to make its way back up to the forefront. And then, it might be a couple of more hours. She'd say, oh, yeah, I made that video, but she didn't have time.
I know it's a good point. 2 hours is not a long time, right? I grant that, right? But bear in mind that this hypothetical is her not having a blackout and her having a clear memory of what happened. I find it hard.
Let's not do the blackout. Let's go with she's in shock. Maybe she is in shock. Regardless, I think seeing a dead body of somebody you cared about is probably not something that's going to go unnoticed physically. So if she is in shock, again, there's probably a lot of things that her brain is not focusing on. In the videos, I don't think that was her first thought, even though we're looking at it thinking, well, of course we would think about that and we would get rid of that evidence. But you got to remember that's if you're in your right mind and you have time enough to think. That's why a lot of criminals get caught, because they try too quickly to do something. They don't. Oh, they don't plan it correctly. I'm just saying.
No, I hear you.
2 hours is not a lot of time, and in her mind, and we don't know what else she was trying to get rid of. For all we know, there were drugs in the apartment she was freaking out about. I need to get rid of these drugs, and we don't know what else was going on in her brain.
It's just, how often do we come across these true crime cases where it's one of the first things they do is delete any evidence on their phone? But I do grant you it's only a 2 hour period, right? But
I'm sorry.
On you go.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. But right there, oh God, her making the video, she thought they were going to believe her story, and her phone wouldn't be important, and they wouldn't take her phone and stuff like that, because obviously she was right. She really believed she was right. And I don't think that she thought that she was going to be to where they were going to take her phone and everything either.
Hold on. Here's another argument, guys, right? If it's just a case that she wasn't thinking about the phone, right? And she just, the memory of her goading him and recording it just didn't come to her mind in those 2 hours. How come the very next day for the interrogation, she goes in there, brings up the point about the phone in the interrogation, because she has recorded evidence of his domestic abuse towards her, and it's on her phone. She brings that up voluntarily to them, draws their attention towards the phone, because she wants them to be aware of how hard it's been for her. So if she's thinking about the phone in that regard prior to going to the interrogation, she surely, if she did not black out and has a clear memory, would be aware that she had recorded those videos, right?
Right. How much? Oh, sorry, Melanie, go ahead.
That's one of the only times I think in the interrogation where she's telling the truth is when they start to show her the video, and she's just like, and no, I don't remember taking that video. Like, that was for sure. And I think there was a moment in there, if you watch it, you can kind of see her. I think there is a moment in there when she's like, oh shit, I forgot I did this.
Yeah.
There's no way. Yeah. The only way that this is manslaughter in my eyes is if we had a video of them laughing, him in the suitcase and laughing, and hey, they're having a good time, and hey, it's fun. And even if he was like, hey, I can't breathe, but he's still laughing, I could have been like, oh, maybe she took it like, when you're laughing and you can't breathe, like that. That's the only way that this is manslaughter, if they had that kind of video, like she said it was, and which it was not.
But guys, it's obvious that he has to have been laughing and joking about before he got in the suitcase. There's no other circumstances under which he would have got in the suitcase.
Yeah.
Right? That's taken for granted, isn't it? We know that.
But look what happened. He didn't know that
I
was
know.
going on. That was entrapment, as far as I think. Like, why did she get him in there? Because she wanted to beat the crap out of him.
Yeah.
Just like Broken said.
To punish him, to make him suffer.
It was
'Cause
in
she
her
was mad.
mind.
It was like an opportunist moment for her, right? Once she's seen him zipped up in there, then her
Yeah.
cruelty came out. I don't think she premeditated it. That,
Well,
oh my God, if we get him in here, then
Not
this is
that.
what I'm going to do.
Yeah.
She might have. She might have. You know,
Yeah, and
she's
you
pissed
can
off
argue
and
that.
thinking, you know what? I'm gonna make this asshole suffer a little bit. Hey, I got a game. Let's play a game. You know, first off, the hide and seek thing is just stupid. She zipped him up. There's no hiding and seeking if she puts him in the hiding.
Right.
That's just stupid. So clearly,
They were playing, right? That's all that matters.
Right, but you know, we've all heard enough true crime stories, and you know where, you know, she wanted to make him suffer, you know, and maybe you know the suitcase was just there, and she's like, oh, okay, you know, whatever, I don't know, but for whatever reason, he thought they were playing when he got in that suitcase. Right. What her intentions were after that, I don't know. I don't think it matters honestly whether she wanted to punish him before she zipped him up or after she zipped him up. But the other thing, I want to go to the interrogation again really quick. The other thing that I thought was odd was she wouldn't let them finish the video. They started playing it. I don't want to watch the rest of that. I don't want to. Why wouldn't you want to watch the rest of it if you don't know what's there?
Yeah.
I mean, if it were me and I really honestly did not know I videoed, I would be glued to that thing, wanting to see what the hell did I do? You know? She didn't. She wanted it shut off right away. To me,
that's when she remembered it. That's when she was like, "Oh, yeah."
And again, I get what you're saying, Rabid, but I just in my mind. You have this dead body and you think you're going to go to jail because you do remember certain things. The videos on the phone weren't really a thought, to tell you the truth. It was probably one of those where it's like, shit, I forgot about those. You know, one of those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd like to know when she found out that he was talking to the girl on Facebook, because it seemed like she found out right in there somewhere that day.
Well, you know what's funny? Do you know what's funny, Broken Justice, right? I only realised this today when I was putting some of this video together, is that he didn't have a phone. They shared her phone. He didn't have his own one. Now, so it must have been on the laptop. Well, he's obviously
an idiot. Oh,
obviously,
Lord.
right? But I think he used her son's laptop a lot. Like you hear her referring to this laptop, right? She assumes that he's on the laptop in the morning. So I think whatever he was doing, whoever he was talking to, would have been through Facebook on the laptop, right?
Yeah.
Like I get the feeling that whatever she found out that night.
Yeah, that's what I'd like to know when, like before she went in the suitcase or after he went in the suitcase.
I think before.
I would think before. And maybe it was a case where they just had an argument. They decided, you know what? Let's just have a good night. We'll talk about this tomorrow, because according to her, he's done this several times, but maybe when she started drinking, then it hit her a little bit differently. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. The more that I think about this, the more I think that she had intentions of making him suffer. Not death, but you know, hey, I'm going to teach you a lesson.
I don't believe that she thought that it would kill him, but after it was done, I don't think that she had the feelings of guilt and feelings of the person I love. They died.
I think she did. She just is unbelievably bad at expressing it, and she's so selfish and so narcissistic. She can't get it.
Well, if she is what you just said, you know, if she's that selfish and narcissistic, then she wouldn't feel that bad. Because that's the definition of the narcissist, right? That, you know, it's only about them, and if it affects them. Clearly, this looks like she's more worried about her and, you know, her umpteen questions at the end than she is about the fact that he's gone.
No, but like narcissism is a scale, you know. It's not binary.
Right.
It's not like you're either a 1 or a 0. Like,
But
Right.
that
she's
But
very
what level of
narcissistic.
narcissism do you see in her, though? I mean, I've
but
seen
that
some
would make me
narcissists
want
at
to
least
punish.
try to fake it.
I would want to punish her more for being like that. I mean, I think that I would lean more towards second degree than manslaughter if I knew that she was narcissist and selfish and, you know, I'm just saying. I'm not.
Yeah, I think she's without a doubt highly narcissistic. I just think that doesn't necessarily ergo mean that they are incapable of having feelings for someone else, right? Unless you're actually a psychopath.
Well, she's got to be histrionic for sure, right? I mean, like, she sees the way
Oh, she's not
different.
quite Amber Heard.
No, but I mean, my God, I don't. She can look them straight in the eye and flip from I wasn't drinking to I was drunk to I wasn't drinking in like 5 seconds, and then look at them like they're the crazy ones. How come they don't understand what's going on right now? Like, that's amazing.
I think because she has such a personality disorder, she just assumes that people can read, like, what's really going on inside her head. Well, yeah, I want to ask you guys a question, right? Because I've kind of like said what would make me switch to second degree, right? If there was some evidence within the suitcase that indicated, you know, more harm was intended. You know, if there's like DNA, blood inside the suitcase, and then it's looking like she threw him down the stairs, then I would go for second degree. What would make you guys change your mind about second degree and say manslaughter? What would it take?
A video of them laughing and having a good time, like she said it was, and I would believe that maybe she went upstairs and fell asleep.
Right.
And with him, no marks on his body, no signs of blunt force trauma, but mainly the video. If there was a video of them having a good time, like she said they were having, then I would be like, this is manslaughter. She didn't mean to do it. She was too hateful for them in that.
Okay.
For me to ever change my mind.
All right. What about you, Broken? What would it take?
What would it take? For him not to have any more injuries on him. I mean, and her, I don't know. I don't think anything would. I don't know. It would just have to totally change because she wouldn't. I don't know. All of it, I wouldn't change my mind.
Shirl, what do you think?
Honestly, the only thing that would get me to change my mind, there is nothing. But the only thing that would get me to vote for manslaughter if I was on the jury is how the jury instructions are worded. That would be the only way. If they're worded in a way that left me no choice. But I don't think that there's a single thing, unless there's more evidence that comes out that we don't see, but I don't think so. I don't think that there's a piece of evidence that would make me
you do acknowledge, right, that it is possible that she genuinely didn't intend any harm to come to him, right? That could be the case here, right? And there is a possibility of a miscarriage of justice. It's a difference between her life, right? She could go down for 30 years as opposed to another 7 or 8 years.
But
right?
Don't the second degree charge, don't that have where you didn't intend for their life to end, but by your actions it did?
Yeah.
And there's like a fine line on the manslaughter to where it is. Oh, I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. There's just such that thin line.
They have third degree murder in Florida, which I think covers that. Manslaughter would be an accident, they weren't being hateful. And third degree is the exact same thing, but you were being like reckless, you were being disregarding human life. You know, it's the same thing, but you were being hateful or you were doing something
Mhm.
wrong. You can argue she was doing something wrong by beating him if he was in there. So, I mean, they could go for third and that would be fine, but I would think it was not full justice for George getting third degree because it was hands down second degree murder right there.
Right.
Well, let's just do.
Thank
Let's
you.
just do.
Yeah,
Sorry,
that.
Melanie.
I'm sorry. That fine line. Thank you. Was yeah, it's the difference between it was an accident and it caused their death to you being mean to them and doing something, that caused their death. I think to punish them. I I think that's the difference.
Let's just imagine that there was no video taken in this. That makes me wonder if there was no evidence of how she spoke to him in that suitcase, right? It'd be
That would
very
be
difficult for them to prove second degree, wouldn't it?
Depending on the his injuries, I think.
yeah. I just think she's got the video, the injuries.
You know what? Honestly, for me, if there wasn't those videos, I don't even know if I, even with his injuries, because it could have been an accident that he went down the stairs, that he fell down the stairs, and I probably could have bought that. But the fact that she's taunting him after he's gone down the stairs makes me think that it probably was not an accident. So basically, she screwed herself, in my opinion, by videotaping whatever she did.
And she said that he's always bumping into walls.
Yeah.
I'm not okay.
Clearly she didn't pay attention. Well, again, I don't know what the autopsy looks like. Maybe they really are old wounds. I don't know. But if they aren't, she clearly didn't look at him very well to see, oh crap. But again, she's in panic mode. She's just trying to figure out how to get out of this mess,
Do you think that she tried to do CPR prior to even
no
calling her husband? I don't think so either. I think the first time she tried to do anything like that was on the 911 call, and that's why he made some noise. It was probably like air releasing, something like that. She saw him and knew he was dead. You can even hear in her voice when he's telling her to do the CPR. She's like, "Oh, this is just like." She sounds like she knows it's not going to work. I mean, even when the paramedics showed up, they knew right away it's too late. You
can hear them in the background, can't you?
Yeah, they called it immediately. So I mean,
that's what I think as well, Melanie. I think she just opened the suitcase and knew instantly that he was dead. I don't think she did CPR.
Yeah, and they would know if she tried to do CPR. They'll be able to tell because you can do some damage to somebody doing CPR. But
well, I mean, the way she was describing him to the 911, my first thought was if that 911, I don't know, this sounds terrible, but my first thought was I would not want to do CPR on someone I care about if they look the way she said, the way she described, he was clearly dead. And the paramedic, when the paramedic walked in, immediately, no, there's no CPR in the world that's going to fix this. So I wouldn't blame her. I don't know why I would have just said, dude, you're not listening to me.
Right.
Like, there's no CPR left for this. Like, this has been a while. I'm not doing this, but for some reason she decided to lie.
Yeah. She sounds like she thinks it's so ridiculous to be trying to do CPR on the 911 call, I think.
And if she was doing CPR, she would be out of breath. She would be exhausted, totally exhausted from it. If she was doing it, counting it and doing it like that, I've done it before. It's exhausting.
Right.
Yeah, I just think she shouldn't have lied and said, okay, I'm doing it. She just said, there's no, trust me. There's nothing for me to do. But she did do that scream when she said he gurgled, though, right?
Yeah.
So,
that freaked her out.
Yeah, that was a natural reaction, wasn't it?
Yeah, but I'm wondering, so she opens the suitcase, he falls out, she's doing whatever she's doing for an hour and a half or whatever, and she calls 911, she's standing there. I don't think she was doing CPR like you guys said. She's standing, so what? do bodies just spontaneously do that, or is it normally like if you move them or something?
It could have been air, gas, escaping.
Yeah,
She
the
said
releasing.
Yeah.
Your body.
She stretched
Sorry.
him out.
Go ahead.
She said that she took him out and stretched him out and then did CPR.
Well, I thought she said he was stiff, though. She said something like he's not cold, but he's stiff or something like that.
That's right.
But her idea of stiff and mine may be different. I mean, I'm thinking of, you know.
And your body's going to release those gases at certain times of decomposition.
Right. Which just tells me even more that I don't ever want to be around a dead body for more than a few minutes. Because if it starts making noises and crap, I'm done.
Let me just play the beginning, just the very beginning of the 911 call, just so you can hear her tone again. For anyone that's in chat that's maybe not as familiar with this case, I know there's a few people that are maybe catching up on this case. So just to give you an indication of how she sounded, it didn't paint her in a good light.
911, what is the location of your emergency? 4748 France Court, apartment 3. 4748, what's the street name? France, F-R-A-N-T-D. And the apartment number? 3. Is this a police or medical? My boyfriend is dead.
Does it sound too matter of fact there?
No, she knows it. She can see it. He's dead.
Yeah.
She doesn't sound very emotional though, right?
No, and she doesn't sound in shock though. That's the other thing. You know, we've heard 911 calls where they are in shock, but somewhere along the line it kind of starts kicking. She doesn't sound in shock. She just sounds matter of fact. Yeah, it just sounds matter of fact to me.
Rabid, why don't you ask the chat and see where they stand? See how many people.
Oh, I know I'm losing this battle, Broken Justice.
Okay, let's see. Come on, let's see. You'll be surprised.
Okay. So type a 1 in chat if you veer towards my stance that it's more a manslaughter charge that is the correct charge. And type a 2 if you think it should be second-degree murder. Yeah, I thought you made a mistake there, Melanie.
Yeah, I thought you were gonna say what. I was just like 1. Yeah, that's it.
I'll vote in abstention for Susie and for stand up and Jenny, and they would put 1s in. So there you go.
Oh, thanks. You may have saved me there.
You can have that, Rabid. There's 2 1s for you.
Okay. Jackie's holding strong, wasn't
he? Where's the other Jackie at?
What's that?
See?
I think the other Jackie would be a 2, Ed Jackie.
Oh, yeah.
Hi, Ed Jackie.
See, you do have people on your side.
Yeah, you had a lot. You know, when we were talking, you and I, Rabid, like one of the first conversations on this, there was a lot of people on your side, and it's just like
it's a hard case.
Shirl came around and Broken Justice when they were in the comments. I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a hard case to defend, all right.
No.
Let's so I'm just going to play because we're talking about whether she's in shock or not. I think she actually is in shock here, guys. So let me just play this here, and there's some really important parts here because it's the first time that she mentions what time she woke up, what time she went downstairs, whether she did CPR or not. And she actually is consistent in all this, right? Everything she actually says during these field interviews, she's consistent in it all. There's no holes in her actual story. You may not believe it, but she doesn't slip up in any way. So see what you guys think.
But each of them has to put their name. Normally, I just put everybody. Yeah, you call what's going on? I just got here, so fill me in. No problem. Like, he and I were putting a puzzle together. We've been doing some artwork together. You were putting a puzzle together? Yes, we have a puzzle that we started in there. Okay. We've been doing art, trying to take stuff.
She looks kind of calm there, Shirl, right? I remember you saying that the other day at this point, right? But just watch her in the next minute or two.
Okay.
Off the wall to make new art, put up there, like having a good time with one another. But we're drinking. We had a bottle of wine last night. Okay. So then it's like we decided to play hide and seek, right? Okay. So he gets in the suitcase. Okay. Who is this guy? That's my ex-husband, my former husband. How did he live here with you guys? No, I called him over here. Okay. Okay. I didn't know what to do. Okay. I didn't know what to do. Okay. So then he came over here. Here, let's talk in private. Okay. I called you guys. I tried giving him CPR. The problem is I fell asleep. I fell asleep. When did you do CPR? This morning, when I found it. Before you called? Yes! It's 1 o'clock right now. I tried. I was awake, but I actually got out of the bed at like 12:30ish, whatever. So I came downstairs, and I was like, oh, he's in the suitcase still. And that's when I found him, and I took him out, and I tried doing CPR, and then I called him, and then I called you guys. Did he get here before the fire department got here? Who? Your husband? Or your ex-husband? Yes. Okay. Where does he live at? Right down the street. Okay. So you were praying, and who dipped him up there? I did, but then I fell asleep. Okay. You're okay. I wasn't here. I'm just trying to figure out what happened. I fell asleep, so I don't know if he suffocated or like had an aneurysm or a heart attack or what. What kind of medical conditions does he have? None that I know of. Nothing that you know of. None that I know of. No. All we had was a bottle of wine.
All we had was a bottle of wine.
She doesn't sound stuffed up. Like, she doesn't sound like she's been crying at all. There's no tears coming down her face. Everyone can do this with their voice and make it sound like they're really upset, and they're not. Like, come on. And
that's it. So I think, I don't know if you guys have, but I've been watching like all these channels that are doing like body language analysis on Amber Heard. And one of the main things that all of them say is that the natural muscles in your face, you know, we all saw Amber Heard trying to look sad, and it looked pathetic. And they described why, because looking sad actually comes from higher up on your cheeks as opposed to your mouth, and she was focusing on her mouth. Anyways, so one of the things that they said is natural emotions, you don't normally shut those off. They come and, you know, they'll build up or they'll build down. But if you watch her, it was a little bit earlier. I think it was the first time she tried to say, and then she asks her a question. I don't know if it was about her ex-husband. And all of a sudden her face just goes, it's gone. Whatever distress, concern or upset that she had, it was gone. She just went back to normal. Her face instantly went back to normal.
Right. Even in this clip right here, when the officer said, when did you do CPR or something, and she goes, this morning. You could see in her face when she says this morning, it just shuts off, and she's like, what are you, like, her face looks all weird, totally switches, everything is different all of a sudden.
Yeah.
There's no signs of her even have been. She doesn't even look like she's been crying. I watched the movie last night.
I don't think she was crying.
Crying like a baby, and for an hour later, I was stuffed up in my nose. I couldn't breathe. You know, it's just ridiculous.
You know some pretty criers then, Rabid, because I sure the hell don't. If I'm crying for more than 15 minutes, I don't look like that.
Right.
Well, no, I said I don't think she was crying.
Oh, I thought you said you think
No.
Yeah. So how is she still not crying? And again, really quick, I have a question about the 911. Did she tell 911 she had done CPR? Because I thought she said she hadn't, and he was telling her to do it. But she's telling this police officer that's what she was doing.
I don't remember if she denied doing CPR. Let's just.
She told him that she was doing CPR until they got there.
Right. Once she got on the call, though, right?
I think. Well, I thought that was when she was talking to him out front.
No, but did she say it? Did they ask her on the call though? The 911 call. I think they might have done. Let me just go back here. Sorry.
I thought the 911 operator.
4748 France Court, Apartment 3. 4748 France. Like he had like an aneurysm on the what? Nothing.
Right. Okay. All right. Okay. Listen, we're getting help for 13. All right. Okay. Okay.
Now.
Okay, yeah, man, listen, we're on our way out there. You're at 407-716-8684. Okay, is he hanging from somewhere or what, ma'am?
No, I pulled him out of the suitcase. I tried giving him CPR.
There you go. She says, I tried giving him CPR.
Okay.
Let's go back to this bit. Yeah, Antimony thinks that she's lying as well.
The only time she looks panicked in the body cam footage to me is whenever they mention her
The
George's
family.
Yep.
Yeah.
When they mentioned what?
When they mention telling George's family, whenever they come up, she looks really freaked out. Even the best part to me is when she says run, like they're like, you can get ready, or they're telling her something and she just throws out run into it, like, whoa, like ready to go.
Let me just play this part again, and then there's a bit further on that I didn't show yesterday because I was worried when I first seen this part here that this cop dropped the ball because she was trying to figure out when she actually did CPR, and then she got distracted, so it was quite frustrating. But she actually asks her further on, and I found that earlier, so I'm going to show you that here.
This morning, when I found it before you called, yes! It's 1 o'clock right now. I was awake, but I actually got out of the bed at like 12:30ish, whatever. So I came downstairs, and I was like, oh, he's in the suitcase still. And that's when I found him, and I took him out, and I tried doing CPR, and then I called him, and then I called you guys.
Did he get here before the fire department got here?
Who?
Your husband or your ex-husband?
Yes.
Okay. Where do you live at?
Right down the street.
Okay.
Notice as well that on top of it being possible that she is lying about doing CPR, she's trying to give the impression that she called the husband, right? The ex-husband, and then called 911 quite quickly. It's not true. It was the first time that her and her ex-husband spoke was because he called her. She only called him back when he was on the way around. 5 minutes later. That looks terrible for her. And he was trying to call her from 11:30 onwards. It sounds like he called 2 or 3 times before she actually picked up.
I mean, even that he had to tell her to call 911, like really?
Yeah.
So let me ask you a question really quick, Rabid. You're picking apart, some of these inconsistencies in her behavior or the things that she said and da-da-da-da. Would somebody that blacked out and didn't actually have a whole lot of memory of what happened until they started coming back to her, would she be able to come up with these quick scenarios and lies so quickly that only serve her, not anything else? I mean, they're completely self-serving. I mean, I would have expected a whole lot of, I don't even really remember right now. I mean, I was drunk and, I don't really remember, but she's not, she says whatever a couple of times, almost like, that's not important. I got out of bed at around 12:30, whatever. And it came downstairs. I mean, no, that is kind of important, but she's kind of blowing that off. But so does her premeditated lies change your feeling about anything?
Well, it leads me to believe just how messed up she is, because I think even though she did not intend any genuine harm to come to him, I think she's well aware of how bad it looks for her and that her complete negligence has led to this occurring. I think she knows that deep down, and I think she probably in the moment realizes how bad it may look, that it wasn't her calling 911 straight away, and that it had to be her husband coming around. So she's been a little bit loose with the truth there, right? But I don't think she's doing that because she's trying to cover up her action, that she really did intend this guy to come to harm, genuine harm, like life, as in taking his life. I think she's just, her default setting is kind of on the defense, right? I think she's kind of used to being on the defense because she's used to to living her life trying to cover up her alcoholism in her toxic relationship. So it's kind of second nature to her to kind of tell half truths so that people aren't quite aware of how fucked up she really is.
I think her second nature is to not ever take responsibility for anything.
Well, I would agree with that. I think that's apparent, right? When you see her here and then in the interrogation, there's something that I was going to play from the interrogation, which it doesn't lend itself to my case, right? But it's when they first go to show her the video that she apparently doesn't remember taking. I find it unbelievable that this is the first time that she's seen this back, and yet she's aware enough to notice that the laptop is about to run out of battery, and she tells them that you're about to run out of battery. How on earth is that even in her mind to say that when she's seeing the first few seconds of her taunting her deceased boyfriend in the interrogation room? You know, to me that just speaks to how unbelievably selfish and cold she really is.
Yes, I agree.
But I still think it's manslaughter, despite that, right?
What? I don't understand. So what
is the only reason you think it's manslaughter because you think that she was blackout drunk? If you found out she was not blackout drunk, that she had actually only had one glass of wine, would you still feel it was manslaughter?
Well, that makes all the difference in the world, because how else would she be capable of falling asleep and leaving him in there?
Again, you're assuming she fell asleep. Because she
giving
told
her
you she fell. She could have went upstairs and go, you know what? I think you're just going to stay in there for the night. Screw you. I'm going to bed. And she went to bed. She's not going to tell anybody that. She's going to tell people she fell asleep.
Right.
I mean, the only proof we have that she fell asleep, I'm using air quotes, is her word. And so
To
far,
me,
not very credible.
Yeah, I mean, we're all sort of guessing here at the moment, right? Because we don't have all the information.
Right.
But just by listening to her on the actual video, to me, she sounds like she's minutes away from conking out.
Well, okay, so if a person gets in a car drunk and blacks out and hits somebody and kills them, is it manslaughter?
I think if it's the catch-all definition of second-degree murder and manslaughter, then it would be manslaughter, I reckon.
So what
no plan?
What
There's
if
no
it
plan
was?
or intention.
What if it was like, say, I was like verbally harassing somebody and throwing rocks at them and talking shit, and then I hit them like drinking and driving, and then I hit them exactly the same. Totally didn't mean to hit them that time. What would that be? Be like, can you berate the crap out of somebody and then commit manslaughter? What to you is second degree murder? If that definition of what Florida says is second degree murder, what is to you second degree murder?
Wait, I have a scenario really quick before you answer that. I'm gonna piggyback off of Broken Justice. You're drunk driving, you get into an accident. The person's laying there. They can't breathe. They're please call 911. I'm dying, and you just sit there and videotape them. Would that still be manslaughter?
Ooh,
that would be, to me, that would be second degree.
Even if you're blackout drunk and you don't remember the next day, even the accident, you don't remember just sitting there drinking, finishing your beer, videotaping them pleading for you to call 911. You don't remember any of that.
I love that one.
It's a good point, actually.
That's really good.
Because that's kind of in essence what she did.
That's it.
I'd probably have to, so they're drunk driving, they get in an accident. The person's lying there dying, right? Screaming out that they can't breathe to begin with. And then the person gets out the car or sits in the car and just video records it, right? But they're blackout drunk.
Yeah.
Well, just going back, like looking at it coldly, the catch-all term for second degree is that they may have intended to kill, but didn't plan it.
I don't think that's second degree. I think second degree is knowing that your actions could be deadly, but that you didn't plan it to be deadly. Isn't that what the second degree is? Not that you knew that they were going to die, but it's just the action, like drunk driving. You know someone can die.
That's more manslaughter to me.
Well, right. And it is manslaughter up until the point to where you get out of the car, you sit down beside the dead guy, you're videotaping going, what the hell were you doing on the road? Didn't you see I had the right of way while you're drinking your beer, videotaping him as he's dying? Then it becomes second degree because you're blaming him for what just happened and you're just videotaping him. You're not doing anything. I in my mind, that would become second degree.
But you see, it's a negative action there, right? He's like the video recording, the fact that he blacked out doesn't actually alter anything under the law, does it? It sounds totally counterintuitive to say that, because this guy would have to be the most evil human being on earth, right? Even if he is blackout drunk.
Well, so what is she sitting on the couch when he's telling her he can't breathe? And she's not doing anything to help him. I mean, no matter how pissed off you are, it's like, even after a few minutes, again, we don't know how long he was in that suitcase. We just know that there are at least 11 minutes between those two videos. At some point, be like, whatever, fine, you asshole, get out. And then I'm going to smack you around or whatever, when you cheated on me, da-da-da-da. But at some point, she didn't. She just, let him die. No, did she think he was going to die? Maybe not necessarily. Huh?
Did she let him die, though? If she was blackout drunk? Because that's the comparison here, right?
No, you're giving her a pass totally on the.
But I'm not, though. I'm not.
Totally are.
Okay. Do I don't remember which one of these ladies said it earlier. Switch it completely around. While you're watching these videos, pretend it's George doing and saying every single thing she's doing and saying. Would you still feel the same way?
I hope I would, right? If everything was the same, if everything was equal, then I hope I would say that. But I'm not too sure. I think I probably do. Subconsciously. I am subconsciously biased, I think, when it comes to the difference in genders. I don't know why, but I'm aware of it, right? And that's interesting to think about, right? I think a lot of people would find that to be the case.
Yeah, that's all that I'm trying to understand is just where you're coming from, I guess.
A lot of times I think people come from like their own personal life experience. And I'm not saying this about you, Rabid, but remember when I was talking about not the first degree murder, but the other one with the DV and the marijuana, they asked us a lot of questions about DV. Have you ever been in a domestic violence situation? Do you know anybody that has, because sometimes you bring those things forward. So, if you've ever known a woman who's had some sort of issues or something, I don't know. Maybe that's part of it. And you're bringing those forward. Or maybe, like you said, you just have a soft spot for certain women and you do feel bad for her because he seemed like a complete friggin' creep. But on the other hand, she may have been a creep too. We didn't hear about her. We don't know. Maybe she was cheating on him too. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I don't think it's due to any kind of previous experiences or anything specifically. I just think maybe
my life
experience.
Yeah.
No, it's not that. It's not that.
I don't think
it is that. You are a nice guy.
I don't think we're going to change his mind either. He's not going to change his mind.
No. And you know what? He may end up winning again. Winning. I don't mean winning, but like I said, it all comes down to the jury instructions. Because like you said, you read those jury instructions, you read that statute one way, I read it a different way. So that's what the jury instructions are supposed to do, is basically kind of clear it up for the jury. Yeah. So it all depends on how those jury instructions are wrote. If they're wrote a certain way, I could 100% think it's second degree, but the way that I'm instructed to look at it, I would have to, maybe go with manslaughter. So it could be, like I said, that would be the only thing that would make me vote for manslaughter. I don't think there's anything that would make me think that it's manslaughter.
Yeah. Are you the same as Melanie? If some video footage came out and it proved that they were joking about, and he completely voluntarily got in the suitcase and asked her to zip it up, and then there was video footage showing her like literally falling unconscious in bed, like would that change your mind?
No.
No?
Because to me, it doesn't matter how it started. All I know is that at a point in time, the man couldn't breathe and she did nothing but videotape and mock him. It doesn't matter how it started. It doesn't matter about her falling asleep. She didn't fall asleep right there. So she wasn't that drunk. She didn't pass out right where she was sitting. She had enough, you know, to walk upstairs. She even said at some point, I think she said she was up there for like 20 minutes or something, thinking he would come up, but then she said, I must have fell asleep. So if she had passed out right there, you know, with the phone in her hand, then maybe, but she didn't. She climbed the stairs, she got into bed. According to her, she waited a period of time. So it's not like she passed out right away either. So no.
Yeah, because this backs up your guys' point, right? I mean, the timestamp of the second video was at 23 minutes past 11, and she says that she went up to bed around about 12:30. So that's another hour. It's another hour.
Yeah.
We don't know if she was still drinking, if she had stopped drinking. There's no way she would have stayed up for another hour if she wasn't still drinking, right? She must have still been going through alcohol.
And that's what I said when she said that, you know, when you're saying the pass out drunk, she could have been passed out drunk when she went to bed. I don't think she's passed out drunk when she's doing that video. I think she, you know, that for that next hour,
very close.
She's still drinking.
I think she's very
close. I don't know. She sounds like me just on a fun Saturday night. I mean, I'm just, and everybody's different. I know that, but like the few times where I've literally passed out, you couldn't understand me if I tried. I couldn't talk, but even if I tried, you wouldn't have been able to understand me.
Okay, well, let me just play just her voice again, okay? When you hear this in chat, put a 1 if you think she sounds pass out drunk. Type a 2 if you don't.
For everything you've done to me. For everything you've done to me. Thank you. You. Stupid. That's my name. Don't wear it up. Yeah, that's when you do when you choke me. That's on you. It's on you. Real or ransom. Might want to give it for it extra.
What the hell is that?
Because I got this. Shirl. Real or oh. That's what you drink on me. Fuck you. Yeah. You should probably shut the fuck up. Shh.
So put a 1 in chat if you think she sounds pass out drunk, on the brink of a blackout. Put a 2 if you disagree.
She just sounds super drunk to me.
She sounds like the kind of drunk that if she's your friend at the bar, you're going, okay, we're going home now. We're done. You're done. And you're going to take her home. Pass out drunk? No. Because again, pass out drunk to me is, how is she climbing those stairs? I have stairs coming to my house, and the few times I've been that bad, I literally had to crawl up my stairs, and I didn't lay in bed for 20 minutes waiting for anybody to show up. I think I passed out in my living room. So, you know, she went up the stairs and she hung out for 20 minutes, probably still drinking, you know, finishing her glass or whatever. But again, we don't know. We don't know. Everybody acts differently when they're drunk. So I don't know.
Yeah, and we have to, like, just to Broken Justice's point earlier, like a true alcoholic can very rarely really get blackout drunk, right? Because they have such a high tolerance. And there's no way there's no way she only had 1 bottle of wine to be blackout drunk, right? I have to agree with that.
So
They found 2 receipts, right? 2 bottles of Chardonnay. So she must have drunk both of them pretty much herself to be blackout drunk.
Well, and that just could have been wine. They could have had beer and liquor in their house already. That was just the wine that was bought. And I will tell you, this is clearly just my personal experience. The few people that I know in my life that actually are alcoholics, they claim to be blackout drunk way more than the regular person. When I know full well they're not. It seems like the alcoholics use that as an excuse for a lot of their behavior. Where if I get stupid drunk, I just got stupid drunk. I can't believe I did that. Wow, blah 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 blah. But alcoholics, they use that pass out thing. I don't remember anything. Really? How can you not remember, X, Y, Z? But they use that a lot more. At least that's in my experience.
Yeah, when they when you are there in their face, reminding, saying, "I'm mad at you because of what you did," they all of a sudden they don't remember any of it. I didn't do that, did I?
I don't think she did remember though.
Huh?
I don't think she did remember until they literally showed her the video.
That's where the difference comes in. I don't believe that she didn't remember. I just think she knows she screwed up. She knows she screwed up bad, and her mind, and the reason that she's not emotional, the reason that she's coming off cold, because she is so hyper focused on, that's what she spent that hour and a half doing, is trying to come up with some scenario where she cannot look like the bad person. And she's so hyper focused on making sure she gets those points out so people will believe her, that you can't be emotional and do your lie at the same time. Your brain can't process all that stuff at the same time.
But most of the things that she's saying are not leading her to be seen in a good light, right? She's voluntarily telling them that she stayed in bed from 11 until 12:30, and only then.
I didn't say she was smart. I mean, she came to the interrogation with a list, wanting to know about his engagement ring and when his family's going to be told and what they're going to be told. Clearly, that's not something that normal people do.
But she actually does come across as quite smart though in the interrogation, right? And she says herself that she's been a straight A student. She's quite articulate, right? She's got a half decent vocabulary. She's just very ill. But I think I would argue that she seems quite smart on the surface if you bear everything in mind.
No,
I would say she might be intelligent. She might be intelligent. I don't think she's smart. I don't think she's smart at all. But she may be intelligent. Two totally different things.
Well, if you're right, and she was aware of the video, then it certainly wasn't very smart to not delete it, or at least make an attempt to delete it, right?
I don't think I'm going to stick with, I think that she had so many things running through her mind in that hour and a half that video was the last thing she thought of.
No, but you're talking about up until the point that it's introduced to her in the interrogation the following day, right?
Yeah.
And she's already brought up the fact that there's evidence on her phone about the domestic abuse that she's received. So her phone's on her mind.
I still don't think that she thought about it. I really don't. Like I said, just like she can't fake crying, she can't fake sadness, she can't fake grief while she's trying to tell her story. The only time, at least at this point, that she gets mostly emotional to a certain degree is when she's questioned. It's like, well, but it's 1 o'clock. And then she kind of, but when she's just left to her own to just talk through the steps of what she says happened, there's no emotion there. So I just don't think, we're putting a lot of emphasis on those videos. I don't think, like I said, her brain can't think of everything in an hour and a half. It can't. And I think when she handed over the phone, she probably was thinking later that night, son of a bitch, but what am I going to do? Oh, now I'm going to go with the blackout thing. I blacked out.
I don't think that it would matter if she remembers or not. I still would stick with what I think she should be punished, 2nd degree. No matter if she remembered, if she blacked out, if she was so drunk she blacked out, I wouldn't care still.
No, but I would argue that if she was so drunk that she blacked out, then there's a difference in the culpability because she wouldn't have been of rational mind when that was occurring. It's possible that she wasn't aware of the danger that he was in her fucked up, inebriated mind. She thought she was just playing a game with him and getting him back for whatever reason, right? And then she just literally, next thing she knows, she wakes up at 11, or she gets a call and hears the call, wakes up, goes downstairs, and in her weird time zone, in her universe, she's just gone from that game at the suitcase to waking up in the morning, essentially. And then she sees the suitcase, and then it all just comes flooding back. But let me, that's my argument, right? But let me just play this part again in regards to whether she's in shock or not, right?
I fell asleep.
When did you do CPR?
This morning, when I found it.
Before you called?
Yes!
It's 1 o'clock right now.
I tried. I was awake, but I actually got out of the bed at like 12:30ish, whatever. So I came downstairs, and I was like, oh, he's in the suitcase still. That's when I found him, and I took him out, and I tried doing CPR, and then I called him, and then I called you guys.
Did he get here before the fire department got here?
Who?
Your husband or your ex-husband?
Yes.
Okay. Where does he live at?
Right down the street.
Okay. So you were praying and who dipped him up in?
I did, but then I fell asleep.
Okay. You're okay. I wasn't here. I'm just trying to figure out what happened.
I fell asleep, so I don't know if he suffocated or like had an aneurysm or a heart attack or what.
What kind of medical conditions does he have?
None that I know of.
Nothing that you know of.
None
You
that I
didn't take
know
any
of.
medicine?
No. All we had was a bottle of wine. Literally, just a bottle of wine.
Okay.
Doing puzzle artwork. Then we decided to play hide and seek. That's all that happened.
Okay.
So I don't know if he had a heart attack or what in there. Like,
Right, listen to this part here.
I don't know what happened.
So how long were you doing CPR on him prior to you calling 911? You tried.
How long were you doing CPR on him prior to calling 911? That's what we really wanted her to answer.
That all morning?
Yes.
Okay.
And then I called him while I was doing CPR.
What time did you start? Probably, give me a rough ballpark. Here, let me fill this deputy in.
She asks her the question and then gets distracted, right?
Well,
So
she did say all morning, and then she said yes, but that's not a definite time.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
So the other thing that I caught there is, again, until I watched this video of this man, I would have never thought that you could technically suffocate, even though the compression suffocation I know about, but I would have never thought about it. But then again, I don't know if I know any grown adult skinny enough to get into a suitcase like that anyways. But her first thing is, I don't know if he suffocated or had an aneurysm or heart attack. I would not, unless I heard him begging that he can't breathe. I wouldn't have assumed he suffocated. I wouldn't have, because again, this is my first thought would be, this is a cloth thing. It's breathable. It's not like one of those,
Yeah, I know, right?
those old ones, if everything is fine, we're laughing, we're having a good time. He's just stuck in there. He can open it anytime he wants. I'm going to bed. Why would you think why would you even suggest that he suffocated? If everything up to that point you said was true, you thought he could open it. I left a hole. He could open it. Why would you even think that he suffocated? Unless you remember him telling you he couldn't breathe.
Yeah. Good point. Good point. I don't have a good argument for that one. This is the other part I wanted to play, guys, where she's more specific about the CPR in the morning.
10-10-7-7. So you've had a second to kind of collect yourself. Tell it to me again. You guys were playing last night, drinking a bottle of wine,
putting puzzles together, doing artwork.
Artwork.
Okay. I had a bottle of wine and then decided to play hide and seek.
Mm-hmm.
So
what time was that? Do you remember?
I mean, I know that I was in bed probably by 12:30.
Okay.
Well, I went upstairs at least, and I fell asleep, forgetting that he was in the suitcase.
So you guys were playing the hide and go seek?
Yes.
And at some point you put him in the suitcase?
No, he got in the suitcase. So he thought it'd be funny to be put in the suitcase. So I was like, okay, well, I'm going to joke with you and I'll zip you up and make him, squirm a little bit, whatever it is. But then I fell asleep. I fell asleep.
Where was the suitcase?
Right
You
where
got
it
in
is.
it, right down there.
Yes.
You zipped him in there.
Yes.
Thought he would be funny, a little.
It
joke.
was. We both were laughing about it, and then I fell asleep.
Where did you fall asleep at?
Upstairs.
In your bedroom.
Yes.
Okay.
Totally forgetting that he was in the suitcase still.
Okay. And then you came back downstairs
This morning or this
around
afternoon. Yes, when I got up.
What time?
12:30-ish. I was awake, but I totally forgot that he was in the suitcase. He can tell you there's a lot of things that we have been going through. Jobs.
Yeah, he did tell me.
Life, all that good stuff. So I just totally forgot.
You began to do CPR on him?
Yes. Yes.
About what
gurgled,
time this morning
like
did you start doing that CPR?
No, it was the afternoon. It was afternoon because I was awake. But then I finally decided to come downstairs at like 12:30-ish, whatever it is. And I was like, I forgot he was in the suitcase. And he wasn't moving. Nothing was happening. So I unzipped him, took him out and started doing CPR on him. Mm-hmm. He was on his way over here. I called you when he got here.
Once he got here, you called us?
Yes.
Okay.
And air was coming out and he was gurgling, but I could just tell by looking at him.
But you knew how to do CPR. You were doing that on your own?
Yes.
Okay.
And then the person that was on the phone with me also, I counted with him doing it.
And he's got no medical? He doesn't take any medication?
I don't know. I don't know medical-wise. I know he doesn't take any medications whatsoever.
Okay.
The only thing, like I said, I don't know if alcohol has anything to do with it, but we had a bottle of wine.
Okay. All right. Here, I want you to sit back down because I don't want
Can I have one more sip of water, please?
Yeah, go.
Denver, Signal 29, residential, audible, 1303 Island Bay Drive.
She's drinking out of the water tap outside there on the wall.
Well, she's hungover. She's dehydrated.
She wanted
Can you, at the beginning, when you first started playing that, she said something like he got in the suitcase, and I thought, she didn't say I want to make him suffer, but she said something. I can't remember the word now because I started reading the chat and I forgot.
She said, we thought it would be funny for him to go in there, and then when he got in there, I thought it'd be funny to make him squirm a little.
Maybe that's what it was. Yeah. Well, that actually, that's probably the closest to the truest that she's been, in my opinion.
Oh yeah.
She says that in the interview, in the interrogation. She says something to the fact where, I'll just give him 5 minutes or something like that.
That's right. Yeah.
So, even that, she's admitting that she was punishing him. The way she says it, it's admitting that she was like, you know what? Screw it. You can stay in there for another 5 minutes. So, I mean...
and I've always acknowledged that she was intentionally being cruel to him.
Right.
Well, she doesn't acknowledge that.
Well, she kind of does in her messed up way, because it's hard for her to just come out right and say I was being cruel to him, right? Because she has to be smart enough to know how much danger she's in right now, right? She obviously doesn't to the right degree the way she goes into the interrogation, but there must be part of her that is aware of how bad this looks for her. So she'll be kind of downplaying that point, won't she?
Well, I think she's downplaying just about everything she says, in my opinion. I mean, she's either outright lying or she's downplaying an awful lot. When she said she was doing CPR, and this officer does ask her several times, before you called, and she keeps saying yes, and then she said, and I was doing CPR, and then he gurgled. Well, we all know for a fact that didn't happen until she was on the phone with 911.
Yeah, it sounds like she's conflating there, or
she's lying. She's
lying. Yeah, I think if she is lying, she's definitely lying about that. I think
she never did CPR on him.
I'd probably agree with that.
Yeah,
I'd probably agree with that.
Comes the thing, if you're gonna lie about one thing, why wouldn't you believe she's at least lying about 5 or 6 other things? Why lie about that when it was clear that the man could not be resuscitated with CPR? Why lie about that? Because she needs to fill that time. She needs to have something that she was doing for that hour and a half. Oh, I was doing CPR. No, you weren't.
I just don't think much hinges upon that really at the end of the day in this case. I don't think
Well,
I mean,
it's kind of like the Amber Heard thing. 1 lie, 2 lies, 3 lies, 4 lies. No, this isolated lie isn't a huge big deal, but it tells you already that within 2-3 hours of finding his body, she's already lying to cover herself. She's lying to make herself look better than what she feels she is. And this is only 2-3 hours after she found him. So she's already in the lying cover-up mode.
well, we're surmising that. We don't know for certain, right? Maybe she did attempt it, right? But she did it for 2 seconds and realized he was dead, right? I mean, we just don't know. But yeah, it's possible she did lie there, and that speaks to her possibly being more culpable and intending more harm. But that's a bit of a leap to me. And we all know as well that addicts it's like second nature for them to
lie,
to kind of walk that line in between truth and lies, right? Because they're constantly on the defensive. And I think that's how she walked herself into such trouble in the interrogation room, because she was more preoccupied about being defensive about her issues with alcohol, which is incredible. That was at the top of the list in her in terms of her priorities.
Yeah, she's already said at least 2 times that I can remember in these police body cams, a bottle of wine, 1 bottle of wine, a bottle of wine. Again, then she wants us to believe that she was blackout drunk from one, even if she drank the whole bottle of wine herself. I don't know, but if she's an alcoholic, I would suspect that wouldn't be enough. But they both drank it, but she's claiming she's blackout drunk. I don't know.
Yeah, I know. There was a few parts of the interrogation that I wanted to play. And guys, just shout out if you want me to go to any particular part of the body cam or the interrogation, whatever.
Kimberly Faith said that she's not overly familiar with this case, so I don't know if there's anything that you think may help her get up to speed on this. I'm just saying.
Yeah, Kimberly, is there anything you would like me to go over specifically, or something you'd like me to play? I can do that. Oh, Broken Justice, is your name Shirl?
Yes.
Ah, okay. That's why it was a bit confusing at the beginning, right? It's
Yes.
Shirl.
Cheryl.
Do you know there's somebody on YouTube that screams that that's doxing if someone just says your name out loud? I'm just saying. And they make 9-hour lives about it. So yeah.
And I have a sister. We were adopted, and her name is Shirl, but it's spelled Shirl, like you spell yours
Cheryl.
on here.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, Mark Klein, he's one of my mods, and Kimberly Faith, she is too. She's one of my dearest friends.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I don't know Mark, but I know Kimberly. She's awesome.
Yes, I love her to pieces.
Right, so this is a part where she draws attention to her phone. I want to play this part.
We have not gotten into it.
Okay.
That's why, the only thing I thought you guys were going to ask me about, which I was going to be honest with you anyway, are the scratch marks on his back.
Mm-hmm.
Everything else, I have no idea what it is. No idea what it is. Nonetheless, I've had my son over the house too, so.
So your son was there when? When was he last there?
Oh, gosh.
My understanding he was there last Tuesday?
I don't know if it was Tuesday, but yes, he was there last week, so.
Well, we're talking about Sunday. Yeah. We're just talking about what occurred Sunday. Because like I said, the injuries they occurred within that time period.
So you're talking about day before yesterday?
Sunday leading into Monday. You called us yesterday at 1, but the incident, you guys were painting and stuff the night prior.
Correct.
So we're talking about Sunday?
And then
That's why I'm thoroughly confused, because we had a good time sitting on the back porch, having wine and smoking a couple of cigarettes, and then decided to go inside and literally paint.
There hasn't, the last incident that you could remember was the curtain rod incident, which you said was a month ago. So
give or take.
Right. So what do you mean by he comes after you? Like,
he gets belligerently drunk.
Mhm.
Like, I don't know if you all have looked through my phone yet and seen any of the pictures and the videos that I have taken.
Mhm.
And at one point, I started documenting everything.
Okay.
So you all will see in my pictures, bloody fingers, split foreheads, he split my nose. I've got this.
Right.
I don't know if Brian told you about it, where I had to have almost I had one really bad surgery, but then it got really, 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 really bad, where I had to go like 4 or 5 more times afterwards for them to tend to it. From him poking me in the back of the leg.
Right.
So it's.
And why are you still with him?
Everybody asks me that. When I tell you guys this, I really love him. Like I do. And I feel like I can help him. Like I feel like I could help him, which I did, because he came a really long way from where he was in Philadelphia to moving back to here and to dealing with everything else that he's been dealing with. I've really helped him. I've bailed him out of jail, 3 times. I've gone to every single hearing and every single arraignment. Everything that I did for him, I did, and you're like, no, extra early happens. Literally right there from.
Okay, so that's obviously the fact that she's bringing up the phone a fair bit, so I wanted to play that. But they actually specifically ask her here, right, if she has any recollection of any videos being taken on that Sunday night.
Our apartment would ride his bike to work, but before he would leave extra early and come up to the wall, stand on top of his bike and poke his head over, because he would know that I would be outside having my morning cigarette and cup of coffee. And I would also know too what time he would get off of work, where I would know, come getting off of work, he's gonna do the same thing. So it's not like I ever got like a break from him, where I told you all yesterday or whenever it was, I started to feel that it was too much togetherness. And when you have too much togetherness, friction happens. So I'm gonna go ride my bike. I'm gonna go upstairs and read a book. But what does he say? Every waking moment he wants to be with me. So, and mind you, our townhome is either upstairs or downstairs. So it's like, if you would like to sit downstairs and watch a movie or play on the laptop, look up some jobs, you're more than welcome to. I'm just going to be upstairs, maybe watching one of my shows or maybe reading a book. So, and then when that would happen, we really needed that. So what's for dinner? And then we would cook together and eat dinner and then crawl in the bed and watch a movie.
You're talking about this is like recent? You kind of like lost me. Like what are you?
It was a little while ago.
But now you're talking about tension building up and that you need space.
The incidents, what happened is she plays a big part in it.
Okay. Kids, what time you went upstairs?
I can't find that bit, but they actually ask her specifically whether she recalls taking any videos on the Sunday, and she says
it's right before they show her the video.
All right, okay.
Yeah, it's right before,
Yeah, because I wanted to show that as well, her reaction.
Yeah, you see
in
her reaction. To me, I think you see in her reaction her like, oh my God, I forgot I did that. Yeah, like she totally wasn't even thinking about it. She forgot she did that, but when they brought it up, she's like, oh yeah, oh my God.
Hey, before you play that, do you think maybe it would be a good idea to actually play the video first off, so Kimberly can see it, and then what we're watching her watch will be more in context.
Got you. Yeah, good idea.
But I'm gonna pop out, guys. I have to go to work tomorrow.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks for coming in, Melanie. I'll talk to you later, right?
Bye, Melanie.
Oh,
Bye.
sorry,
Melanie.
sorry, I was on mute. Yeah, you guys, good night. Have a good night. And Kimberly's gonna be up there on Team Second Degree. Have a good night, guys.
Good night.
All right.
Good night. Bye.
Good night.
Also be
Sarah. For everything you've done to me. Sarah. For everything you've done to me. Sarah. Fuck you. Sarah. Fuck you. Sarah. Stupid. Sarah. That's my name. Don't wear it out. Sarah. I can't fucking breathe, babe. Seriously. Yeah, that's when you do when you choke me. Sarah. 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 Sarah, I can't breathe, babe. That's on you. Sarah, I can't breathe. It's on you. Sarah. Real or ransom. Might want to get video for it extra. Because I got this. Sarah. Real or ransom. Sarah. Sarah, I can't breathe, babe. Oh. That's what Sarah. I feel like when you chewing on me. Sarah. Fuck you. Fucking breathe, Sarah. Yeah. You should probably shut the fuck up. Sarah. Shh.
Pretty horrific, right? And notice there as well, this is 11 minutes after that first video that you watched. The suitcase is moved from about over there to over here, a few feet away, and it's on the right side up now. And there's a flip-flop over there next to it. I don't know if she threw that at the suitcase or whatever, which is obviously, you know, heaved it over.
So can you imagine the mental torture that guy went through? Like when she came to that suitcase and went to turn it over, of course, he's probably thinking, oh, good. All right. Yeah. Okay. And turns out, no, I'm just turning it over. I'm not letting you out. I
know.
But they also, this is a short one. I don't remember how long this one, but they did say that this one doesn't have any audio in it, but it may be too short because he wasn't talking continuously to that other one either. But
yeah, the second one's only 22 seconds there. I don't think there's any audio in it. From
which I don't understand why that's.
I know, right? But that's the thing, Shirl. Every time I see this, I start to doubt myself, you know, because it is so horrific, and just trying to imagine what that poor guy went through. I mean, I can't imagine a worse situation to.
No.
You know,
and you know what I think about too is, and it's awful. I mean, it is what it is, but you know, this is out there online for the entire world to see. You know, this is why I think I'm going to make a prediction that her lawyers are going to say those videos are going to burn you. Even nobody's going to have any sympathy for you once they see that video.
That's the problem.
So I think it's in our best interest to get a deal. I think the prosecution very well, and the family may agree to it. I don't know if the family has to agree, but usually they talk to family, may agree to letting her plead to just so they don't have to go through the trial. Because imagine how horrific that would be.
I know. That's what myself and Melanie were thinking, that's perhaps what was going on with all the delays, that they were trying to get a plea deal, you know. But apparently it's going ahead.
Well, they can do a plea deal at any time.
Pre-trial, right?
Well, I mean, even right before the day of the, actually, I've even heard of them happening the day of. The trial's supposed to start at 9, 8 o'clock, they come to an agreement. So they postpone the trial to get all the paperwork and stuff. And the judge still has to accept it, but I don't think that would be a problem in this case. So it could happen. It could still happen at any time.
It could. I just wonder, because the attorney that was going to be representing her asked to get taken off the case.
Yeah.
So she wrote a letter to the judge asking to be at what was originally going to be the pre-trial in April. That didn't happen.
Right.
So I don't know what the situation is now. Obviously, she'll have to have got a new attorney.
Yeah.
So I was going to play, when they first show her the video, and I'm sure they ask her just prior.
And what gets me is, it seems like he'd have enough adrenaline to run through his body. I don't know, that he could have broke the zipper or something. I wonder if how hard it was for him inside there. I mean, it's a zipper. I mean, you know what I mean? It just seems like
right?
He would have worked endlessly trying to get that open somehow.
I know.
Well, but you need to, at least the first video, he was upside down. So there's not a whole lot he can do with it upside down. Also, we don't know how long he was in there. If he was down the stairs, and if he was drunk too. Plus, he's all crunched up like that. So it did sound like to me, because I think Mark made a comment in the chat about, you would think somebody would be screaming at the top of their lungs, like, get me the fuck out of here. This is not funny, blah, blah, blah. But if he can't get that much oxygen in his lungs, which is what it sounded like to me, because it almost didn't sound panicky or anything, except for that one time.
And what if he had hit his head? I mean, like, he's drunk and he hit his head. Like, I think she pushed him down the stairs. I think that the head injury was significant.
Yeah, he may have blacked out, not drunk blacked out, but passed out from if he got thrown down the stairs, and he's kind of coming to, but he's realizing I can't breathe.
Right.
That could be.
Good point, yeah. That's the thing as well. We do not know how long he was in there for. We only have the two videos to give us that timestamp, so we know the minimum was just over 10 minutes, but it's undoubtedly longer.
Do you guys know, I know you guys have done more research on this, what time the neighbors said that they heard the bang noise?
No. Don't have that specifically, unfortunately. I've tried to find out, but if you look here, all we have from this Orlando Sentinel article is that the neighbor said he heard a loud noise. It sounded like something falling down the stairs, coming from the apartment on the night of the death.
Yeah.
Surely they'll get a time from them.
Yeah. Yeah, this is kind of one of those where you want it to go to trial so all of our questions could be answered. But on the other hand, if you think about it, if, this was your family member, but, I want to know all the answers.
Melanie says she doesn't think that they said that.
What?
I'm not sure. That's all she said. I don't know what she's talking about.
They said that. I don't
know what she's talking about.
She may be
the neighbor.
The neighbors.
The neighbor.
Okay. So they're just about to bring her attention to the fact that there's the video.
Shooting at my son's school.
No, I'm just asking, in the past, like, have you ever zipped him up in anything, jokingly or not? But obviously, no. I understand, you're claiming that Sunday it was a joking matter. You were laughing, he was laughing. But what I'm just asking is in the past, like, is it something that you guys normally do?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
We were actually this last game running out of places to hide because we have a townhome where it's.
Again, I'll have to acknowledge she's been a little bit loose with the truth there, because her and her ex-husband, I think it was him, I don't know for certain, they had zipped up a child in a suitcase before and put it on Facebook as a joke. This is it here.
Yeah.
Didn't she stab her ex-husband?
Oh, what?
No idea about that.
I heard
just things.
I heard that.
Yeah.
Wow.
I heard that. I'll have to look it up and see where
Yeah,
it
we'll
is.
have to look that up because
Yes.
Yeah, I've not heard
then
that
we'll have to
anywhere.
get Rabid back on panel and rediscuss this.
Yeah, I think I may have to hide at that point.
I've been trying to figure it. I can't remember exactly where I heard it, but I know I heard it in one of the I don't know, something I read or
You think
something.
that would be out there though, right? You think that would be well known? If that was
Well, but you're only looking at a few different articles too, though. So I don't know. It may be
read
out
a
there.
lot. I've read a lot though.
It's out there. We'll find it. The
Yeah.
other thing right there that I have a problem with what she just said. We were playing hide and seek. We're running out of places to hide. Again, then she says she zipped him up, but she left it. She didn't zip it all the way. She left a hole in it. How are you playing hide and seek if you put him in there?
It's just the two of them. I mean,
it's like, here, you hide in here and I'll pretend like I don't know you're in the suitcase, right?
I know,
How do you play hide and seek? Like, that's not how you play hide and seek. It's
I know,
just
right?
weird. It's stupid.
Yeah, you can't call that hide and seek. That's
No,
for certain.
no.
That's not how the game works.
Well, not how I always played it, but okay. All right, I'll let you go back.
Just very quickly here, someone did bring this up at the time when this occurred. I mean, remember, this is over 2 years ago. So obviously the whole issue with the fact that they had zipped up the child, we're all presuming that it was her son. So what happened was Child Protection Services came out and...
That was investigated 4 years ago.
And this is obviously just a video of them confirming that there was nothing nefarious, that it was he did it voluntarily.
That was investigated 4 years ago, and both our investigators and Department of Children and Families realized that it was consensual. The kid wanted to get in there. The kid wanted the picture of being in the suitcase.
And that's the Orange County Jail that she's in right now. But yeah, so she's been rather disingenuous there, right, about the whole suitcase thing. When they ask her about that, she says no, as if it's beyond the realms of possibility that could ever have happened, when it was something they obviously did, right?
Right. Okay, so lie number 2, at least for you. I mean, it's lie number 27 for me, but 2 for you.
Right.
Right, let's go back to this part.
Okay. But your phone is password protected. You have the password. He has the facial recognition. So it's not like someone else could be on your phone.
No, I have both.
But you have the face and the password.
Yes.
Yeah, but he only has the face, correct?
No.
To be able to get onto your phone, you told me that he looks at the phone.
Oh, I misunderstood. I thought you were asking if I did. Yes, it's me.
Okay. Does he have access to your phone? Because you said it's your phone. Okay. How does he have access?
You guys have your phone? That's right there.
In there.
Okay, but how did he get into it?
Get in here. Get in here.
Yeah. Yeah, but he only has the face, correct?
No.
To be able to get onto your phone, you told me that he looks at the phone.
Oh, I misunderstood. I thought you were asking if I did. Yes, it's me.
Okay. Does he have access to your phone? Because you said it's your phone. Okay, how does he have access?
Have by your phone? Yeah, it's right there on the kitchen counter.
Okay, but how does he get into it? Because it's password protected.
He'll come and get it to me, and I'll just do the face thing. Where sometimes too, like he'll joke with me and say, "Okay, I need to borrow your phone," and he'll hold it while I'm cooking or doing something, do the facial recognition.
Okay, so he doesn't know the password and he doesn't have the facial recognition. No, he is the only other person that would use your phone. I'm assuming other.
Well, Lucas.
Right. But Lucas wasn't there Sunday. Right. So, to your recollection, no videos on Sunday?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
I mean, I maybe took a picture of them, the two of Tess and
the dogs,
and George, and them dancing. But I mean, it's just Tess.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So I have something that I want to show you that we found, and it was from your phone.
Mm-hmm.
Can you see it?
If you need to move it around, go ahead.
No, I don't remember that.
For everything you've done to me. For everything you've done to me.
Your battery's about to die.
Shutting down.
That is what I cannot get my head around, that she actually cared enough to bring up the fact that it was about to run out of battery, the laptop, when she's seen that apparently for the first time. Can you imagine if that is the first time she's seen that? You'd imagine her stomach just went right through the fucking floor.
Well, clearly she's not looking at the video then, because she's seeing the battery. Yeah, all right, yeah, it gets better in a second, I think.
Oh, okay.
Let me.
The battery doesn't last very long.
It used to last a lot longer than that. I don't know what happened.
Okay. Let me just grab something.
All right. No, I was just simply asking because you had a look on your face when she asked you if you've ever done that before. You looked kind of shocked and.
No.
Okay, but why did you say it like that? Like.
I don't think you all understand who I am. Where.
Okay. Well, tell me.
God.
I mean, I've always been a straight A student. I am an outstanding mother to my son.
Okay.
I excel at everything. I would not do that.
You wouldn't zip somebody in a suitcase?
Well, I didn't like completely lock it. I mean, I opened it with one finger. I left enough in there for him to get out.
Okay.
And I wasn't planning on going upstairs and going to sleep.
Okay.
Can you stop that just for a second? She says that she wasn't planning on going upstairs and going to sleep. How do you go upstairs then if you weren't planning? Maybe the falling asleep. I don't believe it, but we'll give her that. But I wasn't planning on going upstairs and falling asleep. That makes no sense.
Yeah, I think what she's kind of trying to say there is I wasn't planning in, just conking out and forgetting about him.
But that's not what she said. She said, I wasn't
know.
planning on going upstairs. It's like, oh, I didn't mean to go to the bathroom, but I went to the bathroom. I mean, it doesn't just happen. Again, I just don't think that I think her brain is going 100 miles an hour trying to cover all her tracks, and she's slipping. She's slipping because, if you're telling the truth, there wouldn't be such, in my mind, obvious inconsistencies.
But you got to remember as well, if you believe what I believe, is that there's an underlying narrative embedded within this whole interrogation, which is her pride. She somehow still has pride at this moment in time to be defensive about her issues with alcohol.
She was a straight A student. She's 40-some years old. She's talking about the grade she got in school. I was a straight A student. I'm an excellent mother. I'm a this. I'm a this. I'm a this. I mean, she's on a campaign to sell herself. Really quick, I just also want to point out too, even going down the road that you go down, if she really didn't, she blacked out, forgot all about those videos as soon as they started playing and you hear him say his name, wouldn't you think there would be some sort of reaction? Like, oh my friggin' God, what is this? And then hear him say Sarah, and then so she just sits there. Oh, by the way, your battery's gone dead.
I know. What do you think, Broken Justice? I know I just kind of pointed that out myself, right? That argues against my kind of how I'm thinking about this, right? I cannot believe that it would even be in her head to even refer to the battery like that. I mean, you'd be in such shock, right?
Yeah, and she's just sitting there. I mean, it's not even like she's resting her head in her hands like, oh my God, what is this? I don't know what this is. I don't remember this. There's nothing like that. She's just sitting there, just waiting for them to get the cord. Okay. While selling herself on how she got good grades.
Right.
Yeah.
And she doesn't have custody of her her child either. So how can she be an astounding mother? Like that right there should tell you that.
Right.
Yeah, and the ex-husband refers to that the morning after during those field interviews that was shown earlier. He actually says that she's a mess, and she can't. He's basically saying she's unreliable when it comes to the co-parenting.
She's responsible. Yeah.
Yeah.
So she just, I don't know. I think that she believes she didn't do anything wrong, and she's mad because they think that she did, and she don't really. That video means nothing because of the way she sees it.
It is hard to explain her deadpan reaction there.
Right.
If that truly is the first time that she's either seen it or recalled taking it.
This is where if we had seen other videos, to see what her affect is just in regular daily life. Again, I'm not making excuses, but she could literally just be like this regularly. I don't know. I still would think there would be something if your boyfriend's dead, but
right, yeah.
You'd think so, right?
Well, I mean, I would hope so.
Yeah.
And I guess now, since she's been in jail for 2 years, maybe I bet she's sitting there saying, I hope people believe me, because evidently they don't. Because she thought she was going to go home. She thought she was going to walk out of there.
That's what's incredible, right? The fact that she came with a list of, her own questions and demands.
Oh my gosh.
I mean,
she clearly thought she was walking out of there.
She wanted an engagement ring. What, she had to give it to them?
Yeah.
Or had he given it to her yet? So,
or maybe he had one. Sometimes people do that in a weird way. I don't know. Some men are starting to wear engagement rings, so that's a possibility. But so this is my prediction. Again, I'm going to do another prediction. Don't have a crystal ball. But if she does go to trial, so I hate bringing this up, but it's just the most recent and it's really easy to use. You saw, everybody saw the depositions that Amber Heard did, years and years ago. She's telling these stories and she's pretty nonchalant about it. In fact, a couple of times she's like eating and da-da-da-da-da. But when she's on trial, she's telling these same stories, but she's distraught. She's, oh my God. So I suggest that if this does go to trial, she'll be a lot less like this and more dramatic.
Right.
Because this doesn't make her look good.
That's a good prediction. It'll be interesting to see that, right? I mean, there's a few things to bear in mind. She's in the midst here of, on top of the obvious about her partner being deceased, and she must know that she's culpable to whatever degree she believes. And we've also got the fact that she's been incarcerated for over 2 years, so she has to have had no choice but to get clean, right? So it's going to be interesting to see, because we're going to have to bear that in mind when you see her on the stand, right? You've got to bear in mind that she's got to be so different in her mind 2 years later.
I don't think everybody that goes to jail gets clean. I don't know if you know that there's a lot of stuff in jail.
There's so much in prisons, it's unreal.
Yeah, I highly doubt she's clean at all. I'm just saying.
It'd be hard for her to keep up the level of intake that an alcohol would need, is the point, right?
Well, but she supplements with something else. So she's not getting alcohol, because I'm not an expert, but if she's she's in pre-trial. So there's probably not a whole lot of alcohol being made in there, but there's other things. There's a lot of other things.
Yeah.
Really quick, Kimberly said she made a list. So after we finish this part, do you think you can show the end of it where she whips out her piece of paper?
Yeah, and just wait till you see the reaction of the two interrogators.
I know.
It's like, is this
probably
actually
looked a lot
happening
like
right now?
mine. It looked like I'm like sitting there going, "What is happening?"
It's beyond any realm of appropriateness, right?
You guys are scaring me.
Why?
Well, we just want you to watch this. This came from your phone. Don't you want to know what's on it?
Yes, please.
And what's apparent as well is you can just tell, especially the female interrogator, cannot stand this person in front of them right now. You know?
No, she can't at
They're
all.
disgusted in her. Yeah, she may struggle to make friends in jail, Melanie. Without
Is it long? Because I don't know how much I can take.
No.
Did you hear that? Is it long? I don't know how much more I can, or how much more I can take.
Yeah, I know.
Jesus.
I know.
I don't know how to find her.
Do I have to watch this? I continuously throw up. I don't sleep. I don't want to see it, if that's okay.
Well, it's on your phone, and you can either explain it or we take it for what it is.
Yeah. We're just trying to give you the opportunity to tell us what's going on. That's it.
It's that long?
2 minutes.
No.
For everything you've done to me. For everything you've done to me. Fuck you.
And
Fuck
is,
you.
that's you, your voice.
Stupid. Sarah. That's my name. Don't wear it up. I can't fucking wait. Yeah, that's when you do it. You choke me. Sarah.
I don't want to watch it, please.
Last time we talked to you, you had said that you put him in the suitcase, he had 2 fingers hanging out.
I flipped him over. I flipped him over, and that's where it was.
There's 2 different videos and a still picture where, yeah, it shows you flipping him in different positions and him saying that he can't breathe and you saying, fuck
So
you.
this is upside down. So in order for him to have gotten into it,
it was flipped up.
Right. It was flipped up normal.
Yes.
Like as if you're packing something. So this is upside down.
Guys, this is killing me right now.
So this image is upside down, and then this small video that occurred 11 minutes later, it's flipped over the other way, closer to your dining room table.
Okay.
Now he's obviously still in there. So he didn't, how did it go from the back to the front?
I flipped it.
Okay.
My plan was not to go upstairs and go to sleep.
It's the way she looks at them as if there's nothing to explain here. You know? It's like, why are you asking me these tough questions? I mean, it was unintentional. As if they should just be aware of that knowledge, right? Going after seeing what they're seeing.
Right, right. And again,
Incredible.
I'm gonna ask you, according to you, well, not you, but you know, your theory is that she forgot, she blacked out, didn't remember that those were even on there. Why did she instantly say, you know, they played like a second of it, and then she's like, I don't want to watch this. I don't want to. I'm sick. I'm not sleeping. I'm da da da. How does she even know what's on there? She literally only played it for like 10 seconds before the battery died. So why is she freaking out if she doesn't know what's on it?
It's a hard one, right? Because, like I was initially saying, right, if she did genuinely black out, then possibly it just took some time for the memory to come back, right, and a recollection of how cool she was being, and possibly her taking the video. But then when I say that, then that kind of contradicts the thought that she would be so casual about bringing up stuff on her phone to them. Because if she did remember taking a video, then surely she would either have deleted it or at least not drawn attention to it, right?
Well, like I said, what I think is, I think she forgot about it. It went in their hands, and then she was like, "Oh crap! Okay, so now they're gonna play it," but she's still gonna stick by that. I don't remember anything. I didn't plan to go upstairs and fall asleep. I don't. The falling asleep part I get. The stairs I do not. And did you notice how that officer, while she was talking to the guy, she just kept it playing, so you could hear him going, "Sarah, Sarah," you know. She kept it playing. She didn't react to that. If it really, she's like, you know, this stressed me out, or killing me. This is killing me right now. Poor choice of words, in my opinion. But she's talking to him like with this. If imagine that's the voice of the person that you care about, and like I'd be like, "Can you shut that off? Oh my God, that's horrible." You know, no, she's just having a conversation. Well, that officer, and I think she kept playing it for a reason, and I think that will come in if she goes to trial to show, you know, she says things, but her actions don't match it. She says this is killing her, but while she's playing it, she's just defending herself to the guy.
Yeah, I mean, this is the whole point, you know, how unbelievably selfish and cold she's coming across here. You know, there's no denying that at all.
I'm just gonna say, I don't think she cares that he's dead. I don't think she planned on killing him, but I don't think she cares.
That's me too. I believe that she doesn't care he's dead.
Yeah, she just doesn't care.
I think she does, right? But it's a hard case to make. I don't think she was madly over the heels in love with the guy, right? I think that's pretty apparent. But I think she did care. I just think she probably cares way more about herself in general. That's just who she is. Incredibly narcissistic, you know? But you can't give the wrong sentence to someone just because they are narcissistic and they have a horrible personality, right? As much as you want to, and as much as that probably will happen here, because the jury, like you say, they're going to hate this woman. They're going to hate her so much, you know?
Yeah.
Anyway, let me just play a bit more of this, and there's one other quick bit I want to play, just to kind of, which underlines her quick temper, where she almost loses it with the male interrogator here. It's quite revealing about her. And then I'll play the part with the list of questions that she has.
Well, that's what you did.
Yeah.
But not intentional love.
No, you told me you went upstairs because you were getting ready for bed.
Stopped here.
Okay, but
Where's here?
show me where you can see any fingers coming out, because there's the end.
It's in his head's right here.
Mm-hmm.
So going like this, rather than going all the way up, it's like this.
But why is he saying I can't breathe, and why is he pushing on it as if he can't get out?
And it doesn't show a hole.
There's no hole. There's no fingers. I don't see his fingers. There's no hole.
I don't know what you want me to tell you. Like, I don't know, like, what you want me to tell you.
I'm just showing you. I'm just telling you what we see and what we've heard from the other video.
I understand.
He's begging for you to let him out. You're laughing in the beginning, and then in the end, it sounds kind of like
No, it's not malicious.
Well, saying fuck you.
It's not malicious.
Then what is that?
What does fuck you mean to you?
Well,
like if I were to tell my
like he does. Like, I get told everything but a white woman. So
okay.
My intention was not to leave him in there. Please understand, my intention was not to leave him in there.
But you went upstairs thinking that he could get himself out. But
Hey, Kitchener Mom. I would like to know how she got a grown man in a suitcase. Well, she didn't get him in it. There's no alternative other than he had to have got in the suitcase voluntarily. It's obviously what occurred afterwards that's the problem. But yeah, he had to have. They have to have been in reasonable good terms at that point. They have to have been, or at least he had to have thought they were on good terms. Possibly she had some premeditation, right? If that's true, but he couldn't have been aware of that to get in the suitcase like that.
The video shows
That's
at
what I
no
told
point
you.
can I see his fingers. And
He'll be up here any minute.
And then 30 minutes later, he didn't show.
And he's telling you
And I
he
didn't
can't
wake
breathe.
up.
Do you think
not
he's
able to get out.
joking? You told me he was laughing, and
We were
the
before.
video. There's no
When we
laughing.
first got in there, both of us were.
So how long was he in there for? Like, this video is at 11:12 when it starts, so was he in there for like a long time prior to recording this?
No. No.
So it goes from funny to no longer funny,
But
you're the only one laughing.
But I didn't think that he was, like, panicky. Like,
So pushing up on a suitcase saying, Sarah, 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 I can't breathe.
George has done that in the past before, too, where it's just like he thinks that he's woe is me kind of thing, where it's like,
He's never been locked in a suitcase. That's why he couldn't get out. So
it's kind of, I thought it was
and
the
you know
boy
the oxygen
crying wolf kind of thing.
Okay.
And again, my plan.
But nowhere in there is he laughing, is he joking. He is begging. And you're the only one laughing.
Okay.
And you're the only one saying derogatory comments. Like you're mad.
No. Please don't. I don't mean to sound negative, and I don't know if I can say this, but like it's like you guys are kind of trying to like feed me. Like,
no, I'm just trying to show you a video that you no longer want to watch because you probably don't want to know the outcome of how and what you said.
Well, I know what.
You know what's on that video now?
No.
You remember making that video?
No.
Why don't you remember making the video?
Probably because we had been drinking.
But you weren't drunk.
No. Just because I went upstairs and just
You
because you're drunk doesn't mean that you.
Times that you were not drunk. You said that you had your way.
So here's the actual hole that she's dug herself into, I believe, you know, by being so defensive about how much she was drinking. They're telling her, well, you told us you weren't that drunk. So how on earth could you just leave this guy in a fucking suitcase and go to bed? She's going to have to now be more honest if she really did drink way more than what she was indicating.
I think a lot of her lies start to come crashing down on her towards this part, not just that one. And like you said, this is where you start to see her getting angry because she's frustrated because she knows what she's done to herself.
See, that's the thing. I would, even though it's a hard argument to make, I would argue that the reason that she is getting so frustrated is because she knows fundamentally she did not intend this and it was, in her mind, an accident. But it's fucking hard to make that case because she is such a cold person, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
She's different. She's really, she's different.
She is. She is. I imagine if you look... Go, Shirl.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
So I was just going to say, I would imagine if you looked into her past, you're going to find a real little princess syndrome. I imagine she is used to having her own way in life. It'd be interesting to look into her background. I don't think she's used to being contradicted or not getting the last word in life. It's possibly been spoiled in her past and been enabled, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Yes, I'd like to look at, her past and see what she's done.
That's what I was asking earlier, Antimony, is whether they did a toxicology screen of not just him, but of her. But you reckon, sure, they wouldn't have done the next day?
Well, I don't think they did just because that doesn't have anything to do with it. She was drunk. She says she was drunk. I mean, this isn't like a drunk driving case, so her being drunk now in hindsight can see that, that's going to play a part in her defense. But in my opinion, I don't think that that's going to play that big of a part. It's really not. I think, she can get up there and scream all she wants that she was blackout drunk. I don't think that that's going to make a difference. So no, I don't believe that they did that, just because they were drinking and he happened to die.
Mm-hmm.
But it will be interesting to see what his alcohol level was, because if his is like 3 or 4 times the legal limit, it's going to take more than half a bottle of wine to get him to that, right? So then that, by definition, not proved, but in my mind, clearly it wasn't just a bottle of wine. I mean, we know that, but you know, she keeps screaming it, and to me, that would be enough proof, because she said they shared it. So,
And I think they were on the same level of drinking. So
yeah,
his toxicology is going to tell you about how drunk she was too.
yeah, that's my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah, I do. And she's had to sit in jail for 2 years. I mean, I bet she has been ready to lose it.
That's a long time to work on her acting. I hope she comes out better than Amber Heard.
Right. Yeah. Oh gosh.
Are you still there, Rabid?
I think he left us again.
I am. Was I on mute there?
There he
Sorry,
is.
guys.
Yeah,
There he is.
It would be, yeah, so in a sense, she may have dug herself the worst hole of all by not being honest about how much she was drinking. Because let's just say, hypothetically, she had 3 bottles of wine, 4 bottles of wine, but she tried to indicate that she wasn't that drunk. Now they don't have any toxicology to prove how drunk she really was, because like you say, that would be her only defense, right? So if she had been honest and said, I had 3-4 bottles, I was absolutely destroyed last night, I just don't remember what happened, then they most likely would have taken her toxicology.
But I don't think, if this goes to trial, I honestly don't think that that's actually going to be that big of a deal, because her attorneys can come back and say, yes, she lied about that because she lost her child. She lost custody of her child because of her alcoholism, and you know, and you know, she didn't want to admit that. Yes, it was wrong for her to lie, but she's had so many things happen to her because of her alcoholism. It's just, she kind of just wanted to mitigate that by saying it was about, I don't think, I mean, it definitely catches everybody's interest, but when it goes to trial, the lawyers can basically just explain that as, yes, she lied because she's humiliated. She's embarrassed. She's ashamed of her alcoholism, you know, and they can pass that off as no big deal.
They can still make the same case without that, you're saying, yeah?
Right, right.
Okay. Hey, Helen, how are you? I hope you're feeling better soon.
Don't forget to show the list at the end, because I want Kimberly to see that. And I've only seen it once too, so it blew my mind though.
Oh yes, I want to see that.
Okay, look, shall we just go to that part now, and then I'll play the other part I want to let you guys see after that. Look at her. Look at the way. Look at her body language. She looks like she's affronted by them. Like, how dare you ask me such questions? You know.
Yep.
I guess, and I know that she didn't realize when she walked in there she wasn't going to be walking out. You know.
You know, but wait till she asks her questions, though. I mean, yes, I don't think she thought she was going to be arrested, but she hints around with her questions, trying to basically say, am I going to be arrested? But she doesn't come out and say that. What's going to happen next? Am I going to go home? So I think she has an idea, but I really don't think she actually believed that it was going to happen.
I can imagine going in and being interrogated and them arresting me and my life be, you know, at home, and you'll never see it again. You just have, it's like you die, you know, when you have to leave your life behind like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you know what? I may as well play this quick bit of her losing her temper, because it's just a very short clip, and it's just about here. It's quite revealing.
Who cares if it's 30 freaking seconds? He's begging for his life. He's begging to get out. You go upstairs.
You leave him.
It doesn't matter. So get the time frame out of your mind.
This whole thing, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because there's this. So it doesn't matter anything what it is I say. So it makes no difference whatsoever.
It's just you're lying and like you're now changing
Who's
your
lying
story.
about what?
You're now you were drunk.
Oh, I never said that I was drunk.
Exactly, but you did here today. That's okay.
You said earlier.
Everything recorded.
Alcohol.
You blamed it on the alcohol.
You blamed it on the alcohol. Alcohol does a lot to people.
Yes, but I never said I was drunk.
Okay.
Yes.
So you did this. You did this sober. You knowingly left him down there sober.
I have already told both of you also that we were both drinking.
Right.
Okay.
You want to admit that you were drunk? Is that?
I'm telling you all both. This has changed my life. I will take this. I don't know.
Yeah. That's a true statement.
Absolutely. But you're trying to dance around the fact that you
but what are you?
okay,
just
you left him.
You see that? Did you see that reaction?
I saw that.
Yeah? Wow.
Yeah. That was weird.
Revealing. That is revealing. The way that she, so after he asks a certain question, again, that she doesn't like, and she just suddenly does this impulsive turnaround as if she's about to stand up.
Do that. Play it again.
But you're trying to dance around the fact that
but what are you? Okay,
you left him in there. You're trying to dance around the fact that you left him in there.
Clenches her fists. She has to try so hard to remain in her seat there.
Around the fact that
but what are you? Okay,
you left him in there. You're trying to dance around the fact that you left him in there.
This is not.
You didn't leave him in there?
It's not cool. Like, this is not cool.
It's not cool. He's dead. It's
but you
cool.
think that I did that intentionally. You think that I did that intentionally.
You intentionally left him in there and left the room. You went upstairs to a different room.
You intentionally did that.
You did.
Yes.
Because I'm thinking he's going to get out.
Okay, and he didn't.
Obviously not.
When somebody's begging, saying, I
but
can't
when you
breathe.
say that, though, right, you have to, you don't know,
let me out. I can't
y'all
breathe.
don't know George, though. Like, again, I thought it was the boy crying wolf. So it's just like, what?
Oh, so if your son was in there and said, I can't breathe, are you going to open it, or is he 9, so he's not,
really?
It's not a big deal. I'm just asking a question.
Oh, you said you would never put your son in a suitcase. You would only put George in there.
No, George got in a suitcase.
And you lived it up.
Not all the way and not intentionally to leave him there.
That's what happened. You keep going away from it.
I don't know.
That's exactly what happened. You went up to bed, woke up the next day.
Are you all trying to have me admit that? Like, are you trying to have me admit that? Because I will never admit it because it's not true. It's not true.
See, that's the only thing I really strongly believe is when she does say that, I still think she's telling the truth, right?
But this is like really scary because that is what happened. There is no getting around it. And she's sitting there saying, no, that is not what happened. And they have the proof in front of them. I mean,
Well, she's basically trying to say that
she did not, I mean,
she didn't intend it. And I hate to keep going back to that word, right? Because it's starting to...
It's so weird, though, because they are trying to get her to understand that her going upstairs and going to sleep is the same as intentional, I think. It's the way that they are coming across.
Well, it's incredibly negligent, isn't it? And like I said at the start of this, I still think she's guilty, right? Regardless of what the actual charge is, and she deserves to be punished. Absolutely.
She's lumping the going upstairs and falling asleep as one act. And when she says, I didn't intend to go upstairs and fall asleep, it's one act. And they're trying to say, but you did intend to go upstairs. Well, I didn't intend to go upstairs and fall asleep. So she's basically playing word games. They're trying to break it down. Just like what I said, maybe she didn't intend to fall asleep, but clearly she intended to walk up the stairs. I mean, there has to be some intent.
Yeah, she's trying to I don't know. It's like she's trying to put different words in there, and they all mean the same thing, you know?
So again, I'm just going to say donation versus pledge. You know, there's people that like.
That's it.
There is a difference, Amber. There is a difference.
Well, you know, and so she's trying to basically do the same thing. She's trying to play on the words, and I really think that she thinks she can convince them, and then when it starts to sink in, she can't. She's getting seriously frustrated.
She's getting really frustrated. Yes.
But somebody mentioned in chat about calling or requesting an attorney. Definitely she should have before she even did this, but especially when they went to show her that video right then. Nope, I want my attorney. But I really do think she thought she would be able to convince them. I really think she thought that.
She thought that it was a cut and dry deal, that no
intention.
That they had to see it for like it is, like what she really believes it is. And she's going to walk out of there because everybody's going to see it her way.
Yeah.
It just speaks to how out of kind of equilibrium she is in her life, right? Or whether
She's
that's
very
a combination of what's that?
She's complicated. Her substance use, her mental.
I just think she's a cold person. I just think she's a cold person.
I think that
I would agree with that,
Shirl.
I would agree that she's cold, very cold person. Okay, let's get the list here. So they kind of go around in circles here, and she just keeps reiterating the point that it was not intentional. And then here she's brought this list with her. Okay, they both know, right? They both know at this point she's going to jail very soon. I think when she left the room, she was organizing to get the media ready, because she literally leaves this interrogation room, goes around the corner, down the corridor, out the back door, and the media's there waiting for her. I think they have such loathing for her that they made that happen. That's what I believe. That's just my gut tells me that.
Well, she could have also gone out to talk to the DA, because the DA may be watching this going, okay, is there enough? Are we going to charge her? And the DA could have said yes. So they could have known before she even walked in there, or it could be at this point where she's like, so what are we doing? Yeah, no, we're going to charge her. It could have been that.
Yeah, I think they've probably, they've done that, obviously. And I think added
to humiliate her with the press.
Yeah. Sprinkled on some icing on the cake, right?
Yeah, I would have wanted to.
Because they have such loathing for her, right? And this is the context in which she produces her list here. This is how out of reality and how without self-awareness this woman is, right? They're sitting there thinking, is this actually happening right now? We've just shown you the video of just how culpable you are of the partner you've had for the last 3, almost 4 years, having passed away not much longer than 24 hours ago. And their expressions or lack of expressions tell you all you need to know about what they think about her.
Yeah. So Kimberly, wait till you hear the questions that is on her list.
Yeah.
They let her go home after the first questioning, right? She got to go home and they brought her back in.
Yeah.
She didn't come into this interrogation room. I think they did the field interrogation that I was showing a little bit of earlier outside the apartment, and I think they did a quick interview in the car, in one of the police cars, which is not being released.
Yeah.
But I don't know. She seems to know these two, and they referenced something that wasn't, I can't remember what it was, but they referenced something that she said that wasn't part of this interview. So I mean, they may have brought her in yesterday for a really quick, because she told the police officers on the scene, but they may have just brought her in for, basic questioning and then let her go.
Yeah, could be.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, the list.
Yeah. Do you have footage of them arresting her?
I do.
You do?
I do,
It's
yeah.
at the end of this interrogation. They do
I
it.
want to see that
Yeah.
after you do the other one.
After she
will
goes through the
indeed.
list and they just kind of stare at her like, what?
I got to see that.
Yeah. Okay.
Did we not meet you yesterday? We met you yesterday. I'm just asking. Right? Did we not meet yesterday?
It's a valid question.
Really? Yes, on Monday.
Okay.
It's just unbelievable that she has the nerve to be put out by them in this situation. It's incredible.
I know.
The way she talks to them is like.
I know.
Got it.
Perfect.
So I don't know if I ask you guys or how I find this out other than talking to his parents, which is not going to happen.
Yeah, probably a terrible idea.
How do you guys suggest me finding out about funeral?
That's not even something that's been probably talked about between the family. That's not something we ask. We have no way of.
I didn't know, that's why I'm asking.
Yeah.
So
It's going to be up to them to make the arrangements of what they want to do. Like she just told you this quick, just being told last night, I'll pretty much be willing to wager that they have not even considered what they're going to do.
My body can't even be released, so.
I've been there with parents, grandparents, and uncles. So I don't know if I have the right to or not, but like I was going to call his former employees whom he really cared for and let them know.
You can call whoever you want.
I just don't want to do something that I'm not supposed to. How do I go about getting his wedding ring, engagement ring?
It's at the medical examiner's office. It'll come to us eventually, and then
It'll be released to
to
the next of kin.
Yeah. Okay.
I bought it for him.
That is a civil issue. It was on his finger. It goes to them. They're the ones that are going to release it. We don't have any say in that.
So I won't get that back. So for all of this,
I won't get his ring back.
She's pretty pissed off about
What?
that too. I won't get that back.
Wouldn't you want your partner, the one you love, to be buried in that ring?
You would think so, right?
Yeah.
It's incredible.
That says a lot right there to me.
And to me. It's horrible.
That's not good right there.
like, how do I find out what's what, how many, like, what's been found?
What do you mean?
Pillow with stain, swabs of stain from pillow, suitcase.
That will all be sent off to
FDLE.
FDLE, Florida Department of Law Enforcement. They do their testing.
So, and then like whatever white can with blood and necktie with blood was from the suitcase.
Correct.
Why would you guys, Mule Street in there, the baseball bat for Lucas and the receipts. And this is just his phone, my phone, and then the laptop.
Yeah, when anything can be released, we will release it, but we are very early in this investigation, and it's not an overnight process, unfortunately.
So what's next?
They're going to come and swab your fingers.
No, I'm talking about like in the long run. Like, what do I need to, like, do I need to be doing something, or like?
I can't tell you.
It's like, yeah, she's just ready to move on now, right? What's the next stage here? What's the kind of long haul going to be all about? You know, do you need me again? You know, is there any more you need from me down the line, or is that us done?
They are just so. They can't believe she doesn't get it.
Yeah.
they really are like just dumbfounded. They're just sitting there thinking, why doesn't she get it that she's not going home? Oh.
And where's the trauma that you would expect to be all over her with losing her
She
partner,
doesn't
right?
get that I don't think she gets that she's in trouble yet. No, I mean, not
I
real
agree.
trouble.
Yeah. No, she seems fairly assertive and confident still, right, at this point?
Yeah. To me, it seems like she's even more assertive. The more she gets into it, the more assertive she gets.
You think?
Yeah.
Yeah, like what to do. I mean, like, so, like, for, like, I don't understand, like, I don't know if you guys are just gonna, like, because it makes it sound like, to me, like, I'm being accused of something that was not intentional. I'm being accused of it. And a handful of other things that I'm being accused of.
Okay.
So I don't want to be at home with Lucas and you guys show up.
That's not going to be a problem.
So
we're still investigating. I don't know what you want me to tell you.
So is there going to be concrete whatever it is, and then it's like, okay, this is what it is kind of thing? Or like, because I've done the whole court thing. I've done the whole attorney thing. I've done whatever. So if I'm not admitting anything about being intentional and I killed George.
Okay.
That's not the situation, but it's trying to be pinned on me.
Okay.
That was not my intent.
So we want to see her get arrested now, right? So they come in there and just swab her fingernails.
Why?
Because anytime we talk to somebody, we want to assure that everything that we talked about is.
We were talking a little bit. Thank you.
Okay, I'm done with all these. Okay, Sarah. So you're not free to go. Okay. Oh, do you promise everything you told us was the truth? Or no? Everything we've talked about today?
Yes. What do you mean?
He asked to swear. Remember how I swore you yesterday on the audio recording? I just forgot, so he raised his hand to remind me to tell you.
Okay.
Do you promise and swear that everything we talked about today has been true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
For which?
True and accurate to the best of your knowledge.
What, that it wasn't intentional?
Everything you've said today, everything that's come out of your mouth has been true and accurate to the best of your knowledge.
To the best of my knowledge.
Correct. Yep.
Why?
Because anytime we talk to somebody, we want to assure that everything that we talked about is
true and accurate to the best of that person's knowledge.
It's not a trick question.
To the best of my knowledge?
To the best of your knowledge.
Everything that you've told us today is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge.
Yes, but it was not intentional.
Okay. Okay.
All right, do me a favor, stand up. I need you to turn around, face the wall, put your hands behind your back. Do you have anything in your pockets that I should know about?
No.
Okay.
Why is this happening?
Because George is dead.
Not intentionally.
We understand that.
He's still dead.
Well, we don't
Someone
really
needs to call Brian, please.
Okay.
Or can I not make a phone call?
You'll be able to make a phone call when we get you down to the jail.
So why is this happening? So this was a trick?
No, it's not
No,
a trick.
not
How's
a
it a
trick.
trick? I'm in here to ask you.
So this is a trick.
To explain a few things to us. And
You were read your rights.
your response to everything was basically, I didn't do it.
Intentionally. I have to go through that.
Doesn't matter. It's still there. Do me a favor. Have a seat.
Really, guys?
Really.
So if I didn't show up, why is this happening?
Because
Before y'all said I could leave, that I was done after this, after that.
we were done, yes. We were done. Absolutely.
So now, so that's what it is,
We are done.
right? Not intentional.
Okay.
So what am I supposed to do now?
You will,
Someone needs to call Brian.
okay.
Lucas is waiting for mom to come home. This was not my intention. I thought I was waiting for you all to come and figure out what's what and how many.
That's what we're trying to do.
And I was going to be able to go home and see Lucas. Now he's just not going to have me come home. So there's nothing that I can do.
No.
There's nothing that I can do in order to go home and see Lucas and prepare.
Not right now, no. You'll be afforded a time in court. You'll be afforded an attorney. You'll be afforded a chance to talk to a judge, and all that stuff will be worked out.
But what's the time frame for that, though?
I have no way of being able to tell you. You should make first appearance probably by tomorrow morning, if not tonight, depending how things are busy, how quickly you get down there. I
had a
don't
sneaky
work in
suspicion
there.
this was going to happen. And I need water, like, really bad, please.
Have a seat.
You don't trick me down here.
Absolutely do not.
I just got those.
Okay. So you're not allowed in the jail.
So I can't even figure out where to go.
It's quite incredible, isn't it? So
Yeah,
you just go over.
she don't understand.
What's that?
Oh my goodness. She doesn't understand. I mean, she just don't understand why they are doing that. She
I certainly
it's
am,
like they're doing
Melanie.
something to her.
I know she genuinely thinks that she was tricked in some manner. I mean,
See, I don't think so. I think she knows. I think she's just pissed off. She's really pissed off. Yeah, I think she's just mad. And who said that? Kitchener mom, that she's been arrested before. She knows the drill. Exactly. She knows. And when she said I had a sneaking suspicion this was going to happen, well, because you know what the hell you did. That's why. And did I hear her say? Did I hear her say, "What if I hadn't come down here today"? Did she say that?
Yeah, she did. Yeah.
Oh, well, then you wouldn't have been arrested. So stupid you should have just stayed home. I mean, come on. She's not that dumb. I just really think she honestly thought she was going to be able to convince them by saying not intentional 17,000 times.
It was more than that.
And
well, right.
How many days is this after George died?
It's not much longer
That they
than 24
arrested her?
hours.
So he died on
Oh, wow.
Sunday. They talked to her on Monday. That's when they're saying yesterday. And then this is Tuesday. So
yeah,
very short period.
That's
very.
Yeah.
Even quicker than Chris Watts, right? She managed to get herself locked up in about 30 hours, roughly 35 hours.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
I knew they were going to arrest her just by the way she was asking the questions and the way they were answering her. I knew they were going to arrest her.
Well, part of it is, they didn't seem to be trying too hard to get a quote unquote confession out of her. They were just going through the motion, because they didn't have to. They had the friggin' video. That's all they needed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I think they wanted to understand.
Walk in.
What?
I think they knew before she
just
even
saying the
walked in
thing.
that she was being arrested.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, we may have a slight delay. I think they obviously knew what the outcome was going to be prior to the interrogation because they had that video, right?
Yeah.
They just allowed her to give them so much,
Well,
evidence.
part of it is, they get her to make statements that can be used against her, basically. Not to get a confession or to get a, tell us what you were thinking at the moment kind of thing, because they already know all that. They know the outcome. They saw what happened. I think they just wanted to try to get some things to use against her, and I think they got a lot.
Yeah, they did. Sorry, Broken Injustice, I interrupted you there. You there?
She's on
Hang
mute.
on.
Yep.
Okay. Sorry. I just think that they just wanted to know why. They just kept asking her why, because if they had, that would be her motive. If she would just spit out why she did it. So they were trying to get her to tell them that.
That's true, actually. Yeah, they were trying to see if there was, we're asking a lot of questions early on about the friction between them, right? Trying to squeeze out whatever the motive could have been. So they've just left the interrogation room, and I think they literally just turn around the corner, go down a corridor or two, and you'll see the cameras here waiting for her. And she's obviously horrified when she sees the cameras, and she actually asks, why are they filming? And the male interrogator says, because it's in public, they can film you.
Oh, wow.
Ma'am, good morning. Your name? Sarah Boone. Miss Boone?
42-year-old Sarah Boone faced a judge Wednesday morning charged with second-degree murder. Detectives say she left her boyfriend, 42-year-old Jorge Torres Jr., in a suitcase in their Winter Park apartment to die. Based on the evidence in the case,
The autopsy findings, which include significant evidence of trauma to multiple sites on the victim's body.
the state asked for no bond. The judge agreed. In Orange County, Alex Villarreal, West 2 News.
I love where why is she videotaping? Well, I don't know. Why did you videotape you?
Quite ironic, actually, isn't it?
Yeah. Do you guys, do either one of you or anybody in the chat, because I looked her up on YouTube again just now. What's it, Dr. Grande? Do you guys ever watch his stuff?
I do.
Yeah, I've seen the odd thing, yeah.
Coincidentally, 7 hours ago, he put a video up. Lethal hide and seek. So,
oh, wow.
We'll have to watch that, come back and discuss it.
Yeah, definitely. I'm just going
I don't always agree with everything he says, but then again, I'm not a psychiatrist, so
yeah,
I defer to him, even though sometimes I'm like, I don't know about that.
I just find his presentation a little bit difficult at times, if I'm honest. He's quite flat, but he obviously knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, but you know what? That's the thing, though. He's very flat and pretty much monotone, but in almost every video, he gets like a dig in or something, and it's almost more funny because he just it's no different than the speech pattern of everything else, but he gets a smart ass comment in, and I think it's hilarious.
Mm-hmm. That's right up my alley. That's the psychology of everything is what I like to pick apart.
It's fascinating, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So let's see what they have to say about it on Court TV.
Can I put that link in your chat?
Go for it, yeah.
Okay.
I might stream it after this quickly if you both have if you both want to, if you both have time.
It's amazing.
It's really a bizarre case, a lot of strange circumstances, but it's for real. And that video does exist. We're going to take a look at it in just a moment. But let's bring in our special guest joining us to talk about the case, Mark Eiglarsh, criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor, and you can check out Mark and his law firm at speaktomark.com. That's Mark with a K. All right, Mark, there's a lot of bizarre parts of this. Let's watch the video together. We're going to show a piece of that video just to give folks an idea of what investigators looked at before they came to these charges, and then let's talk some more about it. Let's take a look.
Sarah. That's my name. Don't wear it up. Sarah, I can't breathe, babe. Seriously. Yeah, that's when you do when you choke me, Sarah.
All right, and the video goes on much longer. We're just going to show a piece of it here, but that's what you do when you choke me, when he's talking about he can't breathe, and then later on she talks about that's what happens when you cheat on me. First of all, your reaction to this entire situation where he's in a suitcase, she's recording, and they're having this conversation.
I'm going to be completely honest with you and say something I've never said in hundreds of TV appearances. I swear to you, I hoped you canceled me so I wouldn't have to relive what that guy went through in a suitcase. I thought I had covered all the worst ways to die. Well, I can't imagine what these jurors are going to think of that woman who did not assist him getting out of that suitcase when he said he couldn't breathe. This is hard to watch.
So I'm going to go to get in the suitcase, though. I mean, I don't think she forces him in there. I mean, she
doesn't.
He's got to voluntarily. So how does that impact charges, mental state, culpability if he voluntarily gets into that suitcase? And I guess she's got to zip it because you got to zip it from the outside.
That's why she's only charged with second degree as opposed to first degree murder. What they have to show here in Florida is that she had a depraved heart. So it wasn't intentional, but it was reckless. It was a reckless disregard of human life or property. In other words, she didn't know for sure he was going to die, but she didn't really care, is what they're going to argue.
Now, I listened to her voice. In her statement, she said they had been drinking. I mean, she sounds absolutely like she'd been drinking, but I don't know what the toxicology said. Does that at all become an issue for either side? Does it help prosecutors? Does it help the defense? Does it tell this jury anything if, in fact, she's under the influence at the time all this is happening?
I think it helps the defense. It helped me as I'm analyzing the case, thinking that she's not a complete monster, that at least the alcohol helped explain, at least mitigate why she would ignore his passionate cries that he couldn't breathe, and also what might explain why she ultimately fell asleep and didn't rectify this. Now, that doesn't negate her guilt. It certainly mitigates it. And ultimately, I think that and other factors may lead to the state reducing the charge even further, maybe to manslaughter and giving her some extraordinary outcome, which includes prison time, but nothing like the life that she's facing.
So you're looking at this, and from your experience, you think this is one where prior to going to trial, that this is one that, hey, there's going to be some offers because this is such a unique set of circumstances and state of mind issues that this might be a negotiated plea here?
Absolutely. In other words, if I'm representing her, what I do is I put together a mitigation package, and I make it very clear that there were circumstances that evidenced negligent behavior, like culpable negligence, which is manslaughter. So that would cap it at a maximum of 15 years in prison and 15 years of probation. That's the ballpark that I would want her in, not second-degree murder, because we go to trial on second-degree murder, she's getting potentially life. So you want to avoid that. I would argue for manslaughter and work out some term of years that's acceptable to the next of kin.
Now, you mentioned the passing out, right? That and I think it's very possible she may have passed out because she does make a call in the morning to 911, right, when she wakes up. But when you pass out?
No, 2 hours after she woke up.
The fact that she passed out from alcohol, I mean, again, does that play into any sort of a defense here, or is that in the same pile with the drinking mitigation?
Yeah, that's a fair point, Melanie. They're saying this without really perhaps bearing in mind the autopsy results, right? Because that could be what allowed them to be more confident about second degree. You know, we just don't know that yet.
I think you throw it in also as part of the defense. In other words, it wasn't reckless behavior, you would argue. She was just so already impaired that she wasn't all there. So how could she really be held accountable? Look, don't kill the messenger. That's what I would argue, but I would want to avoid making that argument. The prosecution would probably bring in their extensive history of violence where they've both been pretty nasty to each other. And that might play a role also. It's just so ugly. I think it's ripe for some type of plea bargain. I wouldn't air it out if I'm her.
Yeah, I think the part that really will be devastating in front of a jury is when she says, "That's what you get when you're cheating on me."
Oof.
Right? So
not a good set of facts. And worse, that she lied to law enforcement initially, tried to paint some type of picture. But for those 2 videos on her phone, I mean, delete, she might have committed the perfect crime. But they've got those videos, and now she's got criminal culpability. You can't argue it's a mere accident.
Right. And is she locked into that hide and seek story from the 911 call?
Well, she said it. She said it. You know, her attorneys can say, well, she was drunk when she said that. Now, upon reflection, here's what really happened. But look, these are bad facts. You know, you put somebody in a suitcase, or they go into a suitcase, you're responsible for them, you know, and ultimately this would not have happened but for her unzipping that suitcase. The argument on the other side is, look, he did it voluntarily. They were playing a game. They were both impaired, and it is just a tragic accident. You know, what do your jurors think? What does the court of public opinion think? That's pretty much what jurors may do in a case like this.
Yeah. Now, the other thing that she does say, though, is she says, this is like when you choke me. So is there any defense going down that road? Kind of like, you know, I'm an abused not spouse, but abused girlfriend. And, you know, I'm the victim of domestic violence here. And this was my way out of all of that.
It cuts both ways. For sure, you'd want to argue that she's a victim of domestic violence if the judge will let it in, because what you're doing is you're saying this wasn't the greatest guy, and you're essentially, don't kill the messenger, trying to devalue his life to some extent so the jurors feel a little differently about her. But it cuts the other way. It's like you then intentionally, there's some spite. There is that depraved heart because he had done some things to you in the past, and now it's payback. It's not as innocent as you're saying. You had anger in your heart, and that could support a second-degree murder conviction.
Yeah, I think it could almost go to first degree. Like you could argue that there was, like, she tricked him into getting into that suitcase, was angry about the cheating.
Yeah, but those aren't the facts. Easy. I mean, you know what I'm saying? She's got enough to deal with. Those clearly were not the facts, right? He got into the thing willingly is apparently what they're suggesting. You change the facts, and sure, now you're looking at first degree.
But willingly, but you know, in a trickery way where she's not. Well, we'll see. Second degree is life, though. Second degree is life in prison. So
could definitely be life. Yes,
serious enough.
Yes.
Mark Aguilar, speak to Mark.
Any thoughts on that, guys?
I'm very frustrated because he didn't ask the one question I wanted him to ask. Can she be charged in Florida? Can she be charged with both of them so the jury has an option? That's what I want to know.
That's what I was going to ask you, actually, when I was thinking about this earlier.
I tried looking it up and I couldn't find anything, but that could just mean that my search skills suck. So I don't know. But one thing that, you know, this lawyer was saying, if any deal comes, at least in his opinion, it's going to come from the defense. They're kind of like what I said earlier. The defense is not going to want to go to trial with this because she looks like a monster.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It's going to be the defense that, you know, tries to get a deal.
Yeah, I agree. Such a unique case, isn't it?
It is unique.
Thank God. I mean, how awful would it be if this happened more than, a few times? This is horrendous. It really is. And what makes it even worse is she just we can disagree on the words, but she just doesn't care. Like, this man suffered. He really friggin' suffered.
Absolutely.
And the part, like I said earlier, the part that gets me is she went over to the suitcase, turned it over, and he had to have thought, oh, okay, good. All right. And it did. So the mental torture she put him through is
Right.
just, gosh.
I know.
I wouldn't want her living next to me. I'll just say that.
She's very messed up.
Yes, she is.
Said that again. She is messed up.
But you heard him say that basically, the alcohol may mitigate it a little bit, but not a lot, basically. He still thinks that there's a good chance if they go to trial for the second degree.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And like you said, it's going to depend a lot on how it's read out, how the instructions are read out to the jury, right?
Yep.
Mhm.
Yep.
Right.
Yep. I mean, and it doesn't happen very often, but the defense can request, I don't remember what it's called when you don't have a jury trial, you have just the judge.
Oh yeah.
I can't remember.
Request that, can't you?
In my opinion, I'm not a lawyer, but in my opinion, this would probably be a good case for that, because a judge would probably be a little more impartial. A jury, it's going to be really hard to get past those videos.
Yeah, it's got to be a lot harder for jury members to look at it in a cold, sort of lawful way, right?
Yeah.
Whereas a judge is more likely to be able to do that.
Yeah.
Bench trial. Oh, BBT, how are you? Good to see you.
So when did I don't know if who was it last time that said that something in July, doing a pre-trial in July, right?
Pre-trial on the 7th of July, apparently, and the trial scheduled for the 26th of July, which is a Tuesday.
Oh, yeah. Bench trial. Yes, bench trial. I mean, I'm not saying that the jury wouldn't still follow the rules. I just think it would be a lot harder for them to do that.
Yeah.
Because we talked about that last time. A lot of people just assume jurors just are running around doing whatever the hell they want, when, in my experience, people take it very, very seriously. So I just think it would be really hard.
That's the thing, Jamie. I don't think she was trying to kill him. It was just incredibly terrible neglect, I think. She was intending to be cruel to him, though. That's definitely true. And she was trying to make him suffer, without a doubt. But I don't think she intended him to die. And the big question, if you're just coming into this now, if you're not too familiar with the case, is whether second-degree murder is the right charge. Because I've been arguing that it possibly should be manslaughter, but I'm kind of swimming against the tide by this stage. Which is fine.
Now, I'm not saying that she won't get manslaughter. I'm just saying I don't believe it is manslaughter. If I were the prosecution, for sure I would have charged her with second degree.
Yeah.
And it's according to how much the family don't like her too. They'll consider that.
Yeah, that's the other thing, but like I said, they don't always have to consult with the family, but they usually do, and especially for something like this that's even more of a high profile. And if his family hates her as much as she claims, yes, it would be, horrific to sit through that trial. But if you hate her that much, it may be in your best interest to ask the prosecution to not take a deal, because you want her to pay for life as opposed to 15 years. That's a big difference too, though.
And 15 years is the maximum for manslaughter, is it?
I don't know if it's the maximum, but he was saying, that's the number he threw out as negotiating.
Right.
Because I think for most states, and I don't know, I haven't looked up Florida, but you know, they have like especially for the lesser charges, they have a range where some of the higher charges they have a minimum of this. So he said second degree, it's automatic life, where manslaughter may be a range between 10 and 25 years, whatever, so I don't know. It's awful, but if it were me, I would want her in jail for life. I would sacrifice dealing with it.
Yes.
Considering what she put him through.
Right.
Yeah, you think she deserves that kind of length of time, right?
Yeah. Yeah, she's a terrible girl. Did you hear them say, though, that they have a history of abuse between them? So
They do, yeah.
So obviously there's stuff that we don't know, right?
There was definite domestic violence between the two of them. He ended up in prison 3 times during their relationship, and she bailed him out each time. And he was prior to this happening, obviously, he was going on some courses to try and manage his anger, I think.
Anger management, yeah.
Yeah.
That's usually mandated for domestic violence, stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's not because he decides he wants to be a good person. He's probably court ordered to do that. But I can totally see her being an abuser too, especially how mad she got at that detective.
I know. Wasn't that so revealing?
Balling up her fists and stuff.
Yeah.
Now imagine that you're George and you said something she didn't like. She wouldn't have stayed in that chair.
Not a chance. BBT says, but I thought right before she fell asleep, she said she didn't hear him and knew. I don't think so. I don't remember her saying that. You guys?
No, what I mean, it doesn't mean it didn't happen. What I remember her saying was, I just thought maybe he was watching TV or on the computer or something like that, and he'd be up in a little bit, something to that effect.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean she didn't say it, because I'm not kidding. There were times I had to pause this when I was watching it the first time and just
to pick your jaw up off the floor.
Right.
And just try to absorb what the hell I just heard. It was hard. It was rough because I literally could not believe it. If I didn't know better, I think this was like a parody of some sort of interrogation, because it just didn't even seem real.
Right.
Well, I told you it was interesting, right?
You did.
It is interesting.
Yeah, I showed up on one of your lives, and now you got me neck deep into this thing. Now I'm so invested. Now it's not even funny.
Well, I have to say I am less confident about my assertions now. After discussing this today and the other day, I have to admit that I'm less confident. Let's see what these guys have to say here.
All right, Renee Hill, did she say anything that might help her?
I don't think she said anything that's going to help her. I mean, she's saying the word.
You see the pain on everyone's face that has to commentate on this. It's such a crazy case. It's so hard to comment on it.
I think that's kind of how I looked when I was watching it. Like, I know, what is the, yeah.
Don't ask me a question about this, please.
Like, how do you even process this?
Words, but the body language and everything else is not helping her. This is why our clients shouldn't be speaking to anyone. They should say, I want an attorney, period.
Carmen Rowe, do you hear anything that could help her at trial? I'm trying to figure out what her defense is.
Her defense is going to be that she was a victim of abuse, that their relationship was one that was abusive on both sides, involved a lot of cruelty and other types of games like putting people in suitcases. And she may even go as far as to assert a battered woman syndrome type defense. I don't think it's going to be successful, but that's what I see in the future.
Casey Early, did she say anything that could help her? What is she going to say at trial?
Excusable homicide is a far stretch for defense, because typically when you're playing hide and go seek, the person seeking doesn't help you hide. So this is a weak defense, and I don't see what's going to help her.
All right. Big thank you, Renee Hill, Carmen Rowe, Casey Early. Always great to have you on the program. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, she messed herself up by not getting an attorney immediately. That's what she should have done. But I really think she's so arrogant, she thought she could convince everybody.
That's the point, yeah. It speaks to how confident she was that she didn't have too much to worry about, right? Oh, and guys, see if you can guess who one of the speaking heads is here. He looks a little different, but you may recognize him.
Also, her reaction to the whole thing and the delay in calling authorities. A lot to get through. Let's bring in our think tank. So with us, Eklund Mercy, Nima Rahmani, Kirk Nurmi. Kirk, put us in the room here. So Sarah Boone.
So yeah, that's Kurt Nurmi from the Jodi Arias trial.
Mm-hmm.
Looks a bit different, doesn't he?
Yes, a lot different.
Let's just say, for instance, she's out on bond and she walks into your office. What do you want to know from her? What are you going to say to her with this type of evidence that exists?
So I'm trapped again, Vinny. I can't run away. I would be looking for any plea deal I could get, right? Because the evidence is so overwhelming. And like Nima's probably going to tell us, this is a case where a prosecutor doesn't need to offer a plea deal. He could, anybody could try this case in like 2 days and garner a conviction, right? It's surprising it's not first-degree murder. So she would be best served keeping her mouth shut and trying her best to take any plea offer she can get.
Eklund Mercy, I want to play for you 16 seconds of the video of Jorge trapped inside of that suitcase. Again, folks, it's disturbing because we know what happens. He never gets out alive. But take a look at it and then tell me how you think her defense team will explain this video to the jury.
Sarah. That's my name. Don't wear it up. Sarah, I can't breathe, babe. Seriously. Yeah, that's when you do and you choke me. Sarah.
Okay. And the jury's waiting to hear from you, Eklund.
Oh, I'm not taking this case.
No, not that you have to take the case, but there's going to be a defense. There's going to be a defense. What on earth? How are they going to explain that video?
The only way I can see is if you may try to do voluntary manslaughter, meaning that she had some type of relapse from the moment he was cheating and then had the opportunity immediately when he was in the suitcase. But even that would kind of fall because this man is dying, and legitimately, all she had to do was run the zipper up. So that's going to be really hard to be able to talk to the jury that all she had to do was take the zipper. She's the one who placed him in there, had to zip him up in there, and all she had to do was unzip him. And
well, she's actually wrong about that. She didn't place him in there. He got in voluntarily. For what it's worth.
The first thing she said when she called 911 is that my boyfriend is dead. So that assumes that she already knew he was dead. So I don't see, the only thing is maybe temporary insanity. That's the only thing that I can see. That's it.
All right, Kirk Nurmi, how will the prosecution explain how he got in the suitcase? Because
there is no chance this is a temporary insanity defense. No chance.
No, her video proves it's not temporary insanity.
Exactly.
There has to be some level of voluntarily getting into the suitcase. I mean, it's not easy unless she has a gun and she forces him in, but I don't think there's any evidence of something like that. How do you explain him getting in there? Because it seems like he would have to be in on it and say, hey, lock me in the suitcase.
Well, I don't know that they have to fully explain that. I mean, it could have been hide and seek. She could have tricked him into it. They could have been a joke. Hey, could you fit in here? Whatever it is, that's, that's probably a very small issue in this case, because as Eklund just said, we see her there. He's in this suitcase. She's taunting. She's laughing. All she had to do was unzip the suitcase. So how he got there, it's a question of maybe that's why they didn't charge first-degree murder, because maybe they didn't have evidence that she placed him in there with the intent, or enticed him in there with the intent of killing him. But that's really the only issue that I see there. The prosecutor,
I don't think these guys know much about this case. I think they've just got the main bullet points, to be honest.
That's kind of what it sounds like, yeah.
It's going to be a sub-issue. It's going to be that video is going to convict her as quick as can be.
Nima, do you think it's at all an issue for the prosecution? The fact that, there has to be some level of cooperation going on here.
Sure, and Vinny, we've seen a lot over several decades, especially out of Florida. I've never seen anything like this. But ultimately, even if he consented to being trapped in the suitcase, there was no consent for him to be in there, especially overnight, and have her open it up at 11 a.m. So I agree with Kirk and Eklund here. Really, the only play for the defense here is some sort of manslaughter. You can go voluntary, heat of passion, or involuntary, but it's going to be very tough when you MacGyver a paperclip to zip him up. You leave him there for hours and hours, and ultimately you taunt him as well. So very tough for the defense attorney. You walk into the DA or the county attorney there, you beg for a manslaughter deal. They're not going to give it, and you maybe try to beg and plead for the jurors to give you one. Not going to happen. This is going to be another easy conviction.
All right, we've got a trial.
Are you guys okay to watch some of the Dr. Grande analysis? Yeah.
No.
Okay. This will be interesting. Oh, hold on.
Can I analyze the case of Sarah Boone? Just a reminder, I'm not diagnosing anybody in this video, only speculating about what could be happening in a situation like this. If you enjoy this video, please like it, subscribe to my channel, and consider supporting me on Patreon. I will put the link to Patreon in the description for this video. First, I'll look at
Feel welcome to subscribe, guys.
the background of this case. I'll move to the timeline of the alleged crime, then offer my analysis.
We are, Tracy. Good to see you. Dr. Grande.
Sarah Boone lived with her boyfriend, George Torres Jr., in Winter Park, Florida. In February of 2020, both Sarah and George were 42 years old. George was a divorced father of 3 who had an unstable work history and a few run-ins with the law. The couple's relationship appeared to be unstable. Neighbors complained the couple would play loud music in their apartment, and they said the police were frequent visitors. I don't think the police were there to share in the festivities. There was an alleged domestic violence incident in 2018, which resulted in
there's those witty comments he does. He throws in those little jabs, but they're just as monotone as everything else.
Yeah, it's quite a dry humor, I guess, right?
Nothing ever came of those arrests. In June of 2019, George was arrested for attacking Sarah. He was put on probation as a result. Now moving to the timeline of the alleged crime. On the morning of February 24, 2020, Sarah Boone called her ex-husband at around 12:50 p.m. He arrived at her apartment 10 minutes later.
It was actually him that called her at that time, and then she called back about 5 minutes later. But nothing hinges on that, really.
And advised her to call 911, which she did. Sarah told the dispatcher, "My boyfriend is dead." She was referring to George. The police arrived and found that George Torres was dead. It was later determined he died from positional asphyxiation. He had damage to his lip, bruises on his shoulder and head, and scratches on his back. Sarah was interviewed by the police. Here's what happened according to Sarah. On the evening of February 23, 2020, Sarah and George were painting, assembling puzzles, and drinking Chardonnay. For some reason, they decided to play hide and seek. Seems like an awfully small area to play that game. I guess they didn't want anything too challenging.
I see what you mean, Shirl. Yeah, I can hear the humor.
Cracks me up.
It was like remedial hide and seek. Sarah said that she hid in the upstairs shower, but George did not find her. So maybe the remedial level was the right choice after all. At this point, they thought it would be funny if George climbed inside of a suitcase and Sarah zipped him in it. I'm not sure these two really understood the concept behind hide and seek. Sarah believed that George would be fine because he was capable of getting two of his fingers outside of the suitcase. She thought he would be able to unzip himself. At this point, Sarah decided to go upstairs and climb in bed. She fell asleep not long after this. The next morning, she remained upstairs after waking up, believing that her boyfriend was downstairs using his laptop to look for employment. When she finally decided to go downstairs, she found her boyfriend's body in the suitcase and called her ex-husband. This led to her calling 911. The police asked Sarah for permission to search her phone, which she granted. They found two videos on that phone that didn't look too good for Sarah. The first video started at 11:12 p.m. on February 23 and lasted for about 2 minutes. It featured Sarah recording the suitcase containing her boyfriend. It looked like she was recording it from a distance of maybe 4 to 8 feet, fairly close either way. They were having a conversation as George was trapped in the suitcase. He was calling out her name, saying, "Sarah." She responded by saying, "That's my name, don't wear it out." He then said, "I can't blank breathe, seriously." Sarah responded, "Yeah, that's what you do when you choke me." He once again said he couldn't breathe. Sarah responded, "That's on you." This same exchange was repeated. George then says, "I can't breathe." Sarah responds, "That's what I feel like when you cheat on me." George once again indicates that he cannot breathe. Sarah responds, "You should probably shut the blank up." The second video started at 11:23 p.m. on February 23 and lasted 22 seconds. In this video, the suitcase was flipped over and moved a few feet from where it had been in the first video. George can be heard calling out Sarah's name repeatedly. Sarah was questioned about the videos when being interviewed by detectives at the police station. She claimed that she didn't remember making them, but she acknowledged that the videos looked bad. When asked about the injuries that her boyfriend had sustained, Sarah denied causing them and suggested that she did not fight with her boyfriend around the time he died. She stated that George had fallen off of her son's bike and that he was notorious for running into walls and the hall tree. Sarah claimed that the scratches were caused by sex. A neighbor said that late on February 23, they heard a loud noise coming from Sarah's apartment. It was like something was falling down the stairs. Sarah had been investigated 4 years earlier after posting an image of a child being zipped into a suitcase. Nothing came of that investigation, but it's strange that she was fascinated with people being in suitcases. Sarah was charged with second-degree murder. At the time making this video, Sarah Boone is awaiting trial. There have been a few delays. Now moving to my analysis. Was Sarah Boone actually guilty of second-degree murder? As I mentioned, her trial is coming up. Clearly, the state believes that she is guilty, although she of course maintains the presumption of innocence. Let's take a look at the evidence both for and against the idea that Sarah was guilty, starting with the inculpatory evidence. Sarah zipped George in the suitcase by her own admission. He said he couldn't breathe. Sarah recorded that on her phone. She did not render aid. George died as a result. Sarah Boone did not call 911 immediately. Rather, she called her ex-husband. Sarah appeared to admit that she did intend to keep George in the suitcase at least for 5 minutes. On the video she recorded, Sarah behaved in a sadistic manner, and she appeared to supply a motive for her actions, namely revenge. She alleged that George choked her and cheated on her. George had a number of injuries that are not explained. Perhaps the loud noise heard by the neighbor was caused by Sarah pushing the suitcase down the stairs with George in it. Moving to the exculpatory evidence, both individuals were entirely.
It does have the ring of truth about it, doesn't it? Because it's so hard to believe the suitcase originated downstairs. that night. You know, it feels more likely that it did begin upstairs. I mean, she mentions going upstairs to the shower room, hiding up there, you know, and there's obviously the indication that possibly he was thrown down the stairs. That seems to fit neatly, doesn't it?
Right.
Yes.
She also said, well, what she said was the suitcase was downstairs because they were going to put clothes in it to take to donations, Goodwill, whatever. But, you know, maybe the clothes are on the couch she's sitting on. But, you know, first off, who takes donated clothes in a suitcase unless you plan on donating the suitcase too? And again, where are all the clothes?
Yeah.
There was the one flip flop. Maybe that's what she was doing. I don't know.
What are you thinking, Broken Justice?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I think that she did push him down the stairs, and I think that's what the neighbor heard. I think he's very accurate. And I like the way he breaks things down.
Yeah. He's got all the information. Bang on.
Oh, yes,
other
he
than
does.
the time of that one call, it was the other way around.
But
perhaps this was just some type of terrible accident. That's pretty much it for exculpatory evidence. And considering all the factors, do I think that Sarah Boone was guilty of second-degree murder? Yes. I think she was guilty in reality and guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. I believe that Sarah intentionally killed George. Moving to the next section, here are my thoughts on a few areas that stood out to me in this case. Item number 1. If Sarah had never recorded herself letting George die in the suitcase, she probably never would have been charged with a crime, or at least the crime would have been much less serious than
That's what I was saying earlier.
degree murder. If she had deleted the recordings, she would have likely obtained the same result, that is, escaping responsibility. Sarah actually supplied the police with the evidence they needed to charge her with murder. Sarah acted as though she was surprised when the police showed her the recordings. I think she did remember making the recordings, but she did not remember exactly what she said when she made them.
Interesting. That kind of goes along with what you were thinking, Shirl, that she did recall. She did remember taking the videos, just didn't remember specifics, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure she remembered the gist of it, but not specifically.
I agree with that.
You agree, yeah?
Definitely. Yes, definitely. Because just... Go ahead. I'm sorry.
You sure?
Her behavior was. Item number 2. During her interview with detectives, Sarah made a number of negative comments about George. She said that George would come at her all the time. She would have to run away to remain safe. He would get intoxicated and belligerent. Sarah claimed that she documented injuries that she sustained at the hands of George on her cell phone. She asked the police if they had seen any of the videos and images on the phone. I find this interesting because it was almost like she was inviting them to look at her phone, like whatever was on that phone was going to help her. Item number 3, considering Sarah's negative characterization of her relationship with George and her low opinion of him in general, the police acted as if they were surprised that she stayed with him. I doubt they were actually surprised because I'm sure they've seen this many times. Sarah's reasoning for remaining with George was that she loved him. She took care of him. She missed him a lot. And she bailed him out of jail 3 times. This was her idea of making a good argument that they had true love. Item number 4. During Sarah's initial conversation with the police, she denied that anybody was drinking that evening. During her interview at the police station, her story changed. Now she indicated that she had been drinking. This is what caused her to go upstairs and fall asleep. She did not intend to leave George in the suitcase. It was the fault of the alcohol. It does appear as though Sarah was drinking. She sounded as though she was intoxicated on that first video, and the police interviewed several witnesses in the neighborhood who said that Sarah was intoxicated on a daily basis. I think it's reasonable to believe that both Sarah and George were drinking regularly, and alcohol was a major part of their lives. Sarah told the detectives that she would never drink alcohol again. Well, if she stays in prison for life, that may be true. Item number 5, Sarah tried to make the argument to detectives that her unkind behavior on the videos was not meant to be malicious. Rather, she suggested that it was typical of the lighthearted banter that she would exchange with George. They were just joking with one another. I suppose this was just the ordinary sadistic and homicidal exchanges that any couple would have. Sarah explained to the police that nobody understands the relationship between her and George. I think the problem for Sarah is the people who understand it. Sarah appeared to be quite upset with George about numerous specified and unspecified offenses that he had committed. She managed to get George in a bad position, probably due to his drinking. She took advantage of that bad position, probably due to her being disinhibited from alcohol. So alcohol made contributions to both sides of the equation. It explains the behavior of both Sarah and George. Sarah claimed that leaving George in the suitcase was unintentional, but she also said that maybe she meant to give him 5 minutes or so in there. I think this statement damages her case quite a bit and shows that she did want him to suffer. Moving to the final item, number 6, Sarah made a few statements to detectives that could be interpreted as narcissistic. She noted that she was a straight A student in school. She said, "I always know what to do and how to do it, and I excel at everything." That last statement is fairly hard to believe. At a minimum, she did not excel at hide and seek. Most people can play that game with no loss of life. Those are my thoughts on the case of Sarah Boone. Please put any opinions and thoughts in the comment section. They always generate an interesting dialogue. As always, I hope you found my analysis of this topic to be informative. Thanks for watching.
I literally just almost spit out my coffee. Obviously, she didn't excel at hide and seek.
It's the deadpanness of the jokes, isn't it?
I know.
You do need to have a bit of dark humor when it comes to true crime, right? I think it's allowed because it's such a. It can be a heavy subject.
And how he even says it without even cracking a smile. I don't know. I don't know. He's just, it's like, oh, this is just part of my sentence here. Blah, 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 blah. I loved it. I love it. I find that hard to believe. Obviously, she did not excel at hide and seek.
When he first started out, when he first started doing that, he used to, he would smile. He couldn't help it. Yeah. He was doing it. And when he first started, and he would only start with like one in every story. And then he has, upped his game because he's figuring out that what he says is funny. So
yeah, getting to know his audience, right?
Yeah, I think that he's a person that didn't have a sense of humor before. Or he was always so serious.
I think maybe he did, but it's just a kind of sense of humor a lot of people didn't get.
Right, dry. Well, my husband is like that.
Well, dry humor is one thing, but I think he's kind of flat. So I think a lot of people, like, the jokes kind of went over people's heads because he's so
right.
Like I said, he says the joke in the same tone as he does about a fact right before it. So
he does.
Like, but he's a little more obvious that he's making jokes now, where I agree with you. In the beginning, he would only do like one or two, and sometimes you weren't really sure if he was joking or not.
I know. It took a while for me to figure it out.
Yeah. I love him.
And,
I love him.
But he only had one thing was a little bit off, but usually he has all the facts. I mean, he just states facts, and that's what I like about him.
Yeah, that was good.
I don't think they understand the concept of hide and seek. Haven't we been saying that all night? Like, that's not hide and seek. That's not how you do that. Yeah. I mean, it's not funny to laugh because it's horrific, but jeez. So, according to Court TV, according to Dr. Grande, she's screwed.
Yeah, although one of the talking heads on Court TV was making a reasonable case for manslaughter, right? I'm not completely defeated, am I?
He's gonna hang on to that.
He's gonna hang on to that, and that's okay.
Yeah, that's okay.
I missed it because I walked out of the room. But what I heard was a reasonable case for the defense to suggest a manslaughter plea. That's what I thought I heard.
Yeah.
Totally different than it being manslaughter.
They better go and beg for that manslaughter case. I mean, yeah.
Let me clutch at straws, guys. Come on.
I do agree with everybody so far. The fact that if the prosecution does agree to a deal, she better grab it. But because of her personality, though, I just don't know.
We should do one of those polls, like they do in the offices. See, who got the charges right and all that. That'd be great.
How long? So if it goes to trial, we could do a poll on how long it takes the jury to come back with a verdict.
Yes, that would be cool. Yes.
Yeah. So you should ask everybody in chat again now that you've played all those. Rabid and C. So I see Tracy's on your side. Yay!
Yeah. God, someone is with me here. I think there was someone else though as well. I think maybe Smiley's with me. I know Nuff Jen was with me at least.
No, Nuff and Stand Up. They both are.
Stand Up. See, they're just not here right now. That's my bad luck, unfortunately.
Well, but they still count. I'll give them to you because I know you're being honest about it. So yeah. So that's what, three people.
It's not bad, right? It's not too
I don't know.
Bad. You two are really funny together.
What?
You two are really funny together. Y'all really meshed really well.
Well, I mean, Shirl.
Yes.
You think?
Yes.
That's the second time I've heard that. I don't know if Helen told you that. She said the same thing to me.
Yeah, y'all kind of bounce your information off each other and give each other a hard time. And and it's really pleasant.
Well, thank you.
And I think we're not scared to disagree with each other and take it personal in any way, right? I think we just kind of appreciate the process, right? That's
Yeah, what I feel is, it's not my job to convince you what I think, and you don't seem like some people, if they can't get you to agree with them, they start getting mad, right?
Yeah.
Like, hey, I've already told you 9 times. Now, why don't you just agree with me? I don't, I'm just going to state what I feel and you state what you feel and we're okay with that, right?
Yeah. And he was okay with all of us ganging up on him, and it probably made him feel like we were trying to make him change his mind.
No, but that's the thing. I'm not convinced.
You handled it very well.
So I was trying to come at you the same way, like when I talked to you, when I told you about when I was on that jury, where I was like, you guys, please just give me something because I wanna do this. Just give me something. So I was trying to come at you in that way, and I don't know. I think you're pretty set in your ways until probably the trial, because I do think that there's a lot of information. We're clearly basing it off of such a small amount of information.
Yeah, I mean, for all we know, there could be something, like you were saying, some kind of DNA or blood evidence
inside the suitcase.
Yeah. And maybe even marks on the staircase, fibers on the staircase. You just don't know,
Because when you get pushed down the stairs, you're going to have some wounds. Like I think the shoulder wound and maybe the head wound, but the scratches on his back was probably from other things. But I think the shoulder.
It depends on what the scratches look like, though. In those suitcases, they have like the bars, so you can pull up the handle and drag them, roll them. So there's those bars. So if he was actually placed, in it, or he got in it right, his back would be probably, or at least his side back would.
You're right.
Towards the bottom, and then if he was thrown down the stairs, it could have scratched him or something.
You're right.
Got those straps with those little metal clips in it. So I mean, you'd have to see what the scratches actually look like.
And what was she asking when she had her list about? Was she asking about clothes that had blood on them?
I think she was asking about all the stuff that, because she had those papers in her hands. To me, I thought that what I took that as is every time when, you know, the police take something into evidence, you get a receipt for everything that they took of yours. And yeah, they were, I don't know if they were his clothes with blood on them or not. I don't know.
Because when she was naming that off, it seems like an awful lot of blood on it. More blood than what I would assume.
It was actually, it wasn't just on clothes. There was something else she said blood was on. But did you also hear she said my phone, his phone, and the laptop? I thought he didn't have a phone.
Right.
She named that too.
When did she say that during the interrogation?
It was on her list.
Yeah, it was the list. Yeah, the clothes with the blood on it, that really did get me. I was like, that's a tie and something else, and there was other clothes that had blood on them. I was like, that's a lot of blood.
But, you know, on the other hand, though, that may not have been anything necessarily tied to what happened that night, but they didn't know that. So when they went in there and they saw some clothes with blood on it, they just took it for evidence. But the fact that she's, you know, going through the list of, oh, you guys took this and you took this and you took this, and when am I going to get that stuff back?
That's what I gathered from it.
Who does that? Who does that?
Cared about getting stuff with blood on it back. But
yeah,
I was getting the impression maybe these clothes were in the suitcase with him.
Well, that would be that would be enough for Rabid right there. Rabid would have to concede at that point.
I mean,
well, no, I guess that's not true, because I guess if he suffocated, he could have, you know, bloody, frothy stuff coming out. I don't know.
They said he had blood coming out of his mouth.
Right. But I doubt he was in there with a tie on, though. I think this was just probably, you know, other clothes.
Yeah, I think it was stuff that was in the suitcase. Maybe the stuff she was going to donate, maybe a few items.
I'm sure it was a cut lip.
A what?
A cut lip. Do you remember?
I still am not understanding what you're saying. A cot lid or what?
No, a cut. You know, as in his lip was cut. Yeah.
Oh, a cut.
Oh, it was a cut on his lip.
Yeah, she said he fell off her son's bike.
There was a cut on.
Yeah, he was always bumping into walls. The only thing she knew for a fact, as far as injuries, was the scratches on the back. She said anything else, I don't know anything about those.
And two, like, if y'all will think about child abuse cases, if you look back on those, their abusers usually, when they ask how the bruises happen, have you ever recalled the abusers will say, oh, they run into the walls all the time. They fall off their bicycle all the time.
Yeah.
It did sound a bit cliche, didn't it? You know, like it was the first thing that came to her head.
But on the other hand, if he's an alcoholic, he would be probably
the
walls and falling down a lot.
Right.
She just left that part out because she doesn't even mention, you know, his drinking.
Right.
I found this one website that talks a little bit about the autopsy, but not much.
Really?
Okay.
Yeah, it's not much. It says based on the medical examiner's findings, they estimated that Torres had been in the suitcase for up to 11 hours or more. A report showed that Torres had a black eye and other bruises and cuts on his head. His back and his hands also had abrasions, bruises, and cuts, indicating blunt impacts around the body, according to the medical examiner.
Yeah, that sounds bad to me. You know.
Yeah, because I can't wait for the trial. I cannot wait. Oh my God.
Well, you know, aside from it being super interesting, you know, I don't know what this guy was like. I mean, I think they were probably equally not very good people to each other, but no, I don't want to say nobody deserves to die like that. I can think of some people that probably could, you know. And I'm talking about like serial killers or something like that. Like I wouldn't mind if they suffered a little bit, but for the most part, the average person, I don't think anybody deserves to die like that, because that clearly was not quick, and it this is the person that you live with. This is the person you sleep with. This is the person, you know, like I said, the mental torture that he had to go through on top of it must have just, I don't know.
I hope they get someone in there that tells us about how long it took him to be in there before he died, you know?
Yeah, so that would be part of the autopsy about, you know, not technically, but the estimated time of death. So that would be interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
God, can you imagine if he didn't die till like 9 o'clock the next morning? Like,
Oh, gosh.
I mean, I would hope that at least he would have, you know, passed out from lack of oxygen, and it just took his body a while. I would hope he wouldn't be conscious that whole time.
I know. It doesn't bear thinking about, does it?
It's just, yeah. I mean, you hear, you know, people get kidnapped, awful things happen to them, but this is just bizarre, and I never use that word. So
it is very.
Lisa, apparently, I've not been able to confirm this, but I think it's due to the trial is due to start on the 26th of July, so about a month from now.
Yeah, and Dr. Grande said, you know, the trial's coming up soon, and he just made that video, so soon.
Yeah.
Don't know what that means, but
Smiley says maybe, you know, we're just a little bit too soft over here. Well, I said that actually. She's saying, making the point that maybe us Europeans tend to go for manslaughter too easily, perhaps. You know, maybe we're a bit soft over this side of the pond.
well, I think your guys' punishments are different. Overall, do you guys even actually have an actual life? You can be sentenced to life and it be an actual life.
I know.
See, I mean,
Special circumstances.
Yeah, I think your guys' punishments are more lenient.
A little too liberal, right?
Yeah, Canada's lenient like that.
Are you in Canada?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm in the United States.
Well, I was gonna say you don't sound like you have a Canadian accent. But,
no,
you know.
no. I'm a hillbilly.
But you know, even life though, I mean, you can be sentenced to life here, and not all the time does it mean life. You know, obviously for first-degree murder, life's usually life. But yeah, I think you guys are just more lenient. I don't know.
And I think in the UK, it's 25 years is life. What they mean by life.
Yeah, the majority of your life, I guess.
Yes, Australia, they don't have life. I mean, real life sentences.
Oh, Smiley says life over here is 30 years, so you're not far off.
Oh, goodness. Yeah.
I was going to say as well, Broken Justice, you can, like, once we've done the stream, I can send the stream to you, and you're welcome to put it up on your channel, because I know we were initially going to do this on your channel, and then you suggested doing it here because I've got all the footage and things to put up.
Yes.
So I can send this video to you if you want to put it up on
Thank
your channel.
you.
You're welcome.
Yes, thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome.
And tomorrow night I'm doing the trafficking because the girl couldn't be here till tomorrow night. So.
Yeah, I was reading that on your community post.
Yes, I've got an interview with a victim of human trafficking.
Wow.
And she was held for over a year. She was taken from the United States to the UK. And she was under a different category of human trafficking. It was torture is what they did to her.
Right.
For money. People paid to do that.
God.
Yeah, and so
is that like for online viewing, was it?
Huh?
Was that for online viewership, was it? How was that being, like, when you say torture?
No. In real life, they would pay people, these people would pay to come in and torture these teenagers and adult. I mean, they're not discriminative. and they torture them until they're dead.
So like a fetish kind of thing.
Yes,
right?
it's a fetish. Yes,
Okay,
yes.
right.
I didn't want to say that, but yes, over time, eventually they die because they do not give them any medical help or anything.
So that
And
probably. So does that delve into the dark web and all that?
Yes.
Dark shit, right?
But you know what's terrible is you don't even need to go to the dark web anymore.
No,
you just need to know where to go.
Right.
And those people always seem to know where to go. It used to be just the dark web, but you don't even need to go there anymore.
See, they lured her from the United States to the UK. She thought she was in a relationship for a long period of time, and they were just luring her over there. And once she got there, she was not there for very long, and they had her and moved her and put her in a basement, chained up, and that was it. She thought she was going to die there.
I don't want to spoil your life or anything, but how long ago was it that she, got free?
She has been home probably over a year, I think.
Okay.
Don't quote me on that.
That's still pretty.
Or close to a year.
Yeah. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, it's pretty fresh, and it took her.
Quite raw
She's
then,
only.
Yeah.
Well, I think. Well, she's been free of them for over a year, and I think she's been home for 6 months because it took them a long time to get everything processed to get her home. So.
I don't know. I think once you find somebody that's been tied up in a basement for X amount of time, maybe you could just cut through the red tape and get their ass home. That's just
right. That's what.
Okay.
But see, she had a lot of medical issues, and they had to make sure that she was in a healing state, mentally and physically, to be able to come back home. They had to close up wounds and all kinds of things.
Oh Jesus! Yeah. Oh wow.
Yeah.
That's horrible.
And,
okay.
And they also, these kind of people, they also use their blood for sacrifices and stuff. It's really bizarre.
So I'm assuming that you've talked to her, you've interviewed her or whatever. Like again, I don't want any spoiler alerts or anything, but overall, how is she? I mean, is she able to talk about this stuff pretty
she's
confidently?
Yeah, she's good. I was really surprised, but she's so thankful to be home.
Yeah.
That she wants to talk about it so that other people are aware of what's going on.
Right.
Part of the healing process, I guess.
Oh, her happiness of being alive and being home with her mom is overwhelming. So I think it's overriding the inner things that she's going to go through on down the road.
Well, and I'm assuming she's in, doing some sort of counseling and stuff. But yeah, so for some people, they need to process it privately, with counselors or whatever. And some people, the talking about it is the form of therapy for them. That's why there's like support groups, because talking to people can be very therapeutic sometimes.
Right. And I mean, I know her mom personally, and they kind of kept everything quiet from me there for a little bit because her mom didn't know if she was going to get her back. She just told, we had the missing, she went through this I don't know, it's kind of an agency that helps with international human trafficking, and they know the ins and outs, and they're the ones that help find her. And she's just so happy to be home, and I think it is going to hit her one day, but she's really happy to be home and alive. She's really happy to be alive.
Yeah, that's because a lot of them don't get that, right?
Right.
So it's a big deal.
And I know she did have a few issues before she left. That's why that this girl was so easy for this girl to lure her there.
Mm-hmm.
But she just seems a lot happier now than when before this happened to her. I think that she's been given a new chance or something because she just glows, you know.
Yeah.
But when they brought her to my house, she come in the door and I'm like, "Girl, where have you been?" And everybody else goes, "Well, we're gonna step out and let her talk to you." I was like, "Oh my gosh!" But yeah, it was pretty bad. She just lucked out. She really did just luck out, and this agency found her. So it was like a little miracle. Because a lot of those agencies, they charge, if you don't have money to go and find your child, then they won't help you.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, and it wasn't human. Well, you know, they thought maybe for a minute. Oh, geez, what's that girl that went down on the high school trip and met the guy and she disappeared?
Oh, Natalie.
Natalie, yes. You know, for a while they were talking about that, but I mean, look at what all her family did. They had the money, you know. A lot of people wouldn't have the money to go down there, stay down there for months at a time, stay on top of the police department down there. So, you know,
right.
In another country, a lot of people don't have the, you know, the wherewithal, you know, they can't do it without agencies or groups that to help. So that's
and the thing about it is her mother didn't even know what was happening. She just cut off all ties to her mom all at once. And then her mother didn't even know that it was trafficking until she finally found this one agency. She was just reaching out to missing persons agencies to try to get some help. And coming from the United States to there, I mean, it's international. It's so hard because you have to have, you know, lawyers, and you have to have people on this side and people on that side. And I just don't even know how she kept from wanting to go there herself and personally look, you know?
Yeah.
But
I've seen too many horror movies. I think if my kid disappeared in a foreign country, my first thought would be like the movie Hostel or something, you know?
Oh gosh, yes.
I don't know if human trafficking would be my first thought. My first thought is kidnapped and murdered or something.
Oh, well, you mentioned the Hostel. This is kind of like that, what she went through.
Yeah.
Oh, the film. God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, I know that there was human trafficking, but I didn't realize that it was broke down into so many categories, and they get money for anything that they can get money for from these human beings.
Crazy, right?
Oh,
you know,
my God.
The scary part is, you know, you think the people that pay for this stuff are, you know, like these guys that sit in the basement in their wife beater t-shirts and underwear and, you know, stare at a computer screen, but they're not.
They're not. They're the rich executives, and
you know, they're everybody. They're the doctors. They're the, you know, and you just don't know.
Yes.
The depravity that's going on in their brains, because that's what it is. This isn't like,
right.
You know, you're a little kinky and you're into this. This is a whole nother level, you know.
Right. And I think she told me it was they charged $1,000 for 30 minutes. And that was on the lower case of end of it, you know, the pay scale. I'm
and
sure
they can
you
do whatever they want
for 30 minutes.
Yeah.
And the people that run it, they provide the tool. They get the tools and everything for the people. They know these are like regular customers, I guess, and they provide the tools that they need and everything. It's really weird.
What time is your live tomorrow?
8 o'clock.
Eastern
8
or what?
Central.
Central. Okay.
So that's
but, I mean,
9 o'clock
just like with
Eastern Standard Time, yeah?
Yeah. I'm Central. What time is it where you are, Rabid?
So Central, I think Central's 1 hour behind Eastern.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
I think so. Is it? Yeah, I think so.
Yep. So
Are
that
you,
puts it 5 hours from you, Rabid.
Yeah. Are you aware
Okay.
of the Madeleine McCann case, Broken Justice?
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Oh
I
yes.
know it's a big one. I know it's a big
Yes.
case,
I
but,
still I just was reading about that the other day. I mean, in any update, I was listening to the interviews and stuff just the other day.
yeah. What's your thoughts?
Um. Oh, my thoughts are her parents should have never left those children alone. They had a free daycare service right there. They were very negligent, and I think that they. Oh gosh, I don't know. I want to believe that one guy did do it. Yeah, I really think that he had something to do with it, but I think there was others involved.
When you
And
say him, do you mean the father? Yeah.
no, not
Who
the
do you mean?
father.
Oh, are you talking about this German?
The German
Yes,
guy?
German guy.
yes,
Right.
I do. But I mean, I think that her parents screwed up really bad, and it is their fault to a certain extent. But I don't think they did it.
Okay, interesting. I think they are culpable. I don't think they intended for it to happen. I don't think they intended her to die, but I think most likely, I think what most likely happened is that they overdosed her, perhaps
Okay, yeah.
accidentally, and she either died through that or most likely by falling behind the sofa. Like perhaps she was trying to get her father's attention. Do you know how Gerard was outside the apartment talking to that friend? I think she maybe heard him. And
Yes.
was standing on the back of the sofa. You know how the cadaver dog hid behind the
Yeah.
sofa, right?
Yeah. I think now the overdose. Now I was really before this guy popped up, I was really leaning on the overdose to make sure they stayed asleep while they were out. And this guy popped up, and I just don't want it to be them so bad. I guess I just kind of lean towards them. But them being in a foreign country, well, them being in a foreign country, where would they put her where they couldn't find her?
Well, I mean, there's so many places they could.
So,
right?
Have you heard of Lizzie? Lizzie Heidi Ho. She's been working on this case for years and years and years.
I guess I haven't.
Yeah, well, she's. I think she did. Well, no, I don't think. I know she did. A video with Rabid. A couple weeks ago. She is very, very invested. In fact, she is in contact with the Portuguese police, and when she sends them things that she finds. Anyway, so I think you should actually watch that video that Rabid did, the interview he did with her.
Okay.
She's a really good resource because every question that you're asking right now. Okay, so one thing about Lizzie is she does not tell you specifically what she thinks happened. Lizzie has a strict rule about that. She tells you what the evidence that she has found leads.
Oh, good. Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So she has certain hypotheses about what they did with her body and this, and she has kind of discussed it, but because there's not a ton of proof of where the body was, but there's a lot of speculations, and each one of them technically, in my opinion, are pretty plausible. So anyways,
in the parents interview, I cannot. Those parents interviews are just the most bizarre.
Yes.
And the way they word things, and they act like that. She's been gone. I mean, they act like they were being interviewed today after all these years, instead of it being just a few days or a day or two after she's missing.
That's what I said. That was my main thing. When you're watching those interviews, I have to keep reminding myself that these are interviews that they did like 2-3 weeks after she died, not 2-3 years, because it really sounds like they're like, you know, when we were grieving and that, and yeah. Anyways, so yeah, you should watch that video. That Rabid, he did it. He did a really good, an excellent interview with her.
Yeah, Liz is so good on the case. Like as Shirl says, she's investigated it for years, and she knows so much about it, and she just has all the facts, you know, and she can just lay it out and just allow people to make their own assessment.
Good. Oh, that's gonna be wonderful because I have so many questions on that case. So I'm like,
yeah. So her and I, it's her channel. I just help her because she's not technical. So we used to do lives every Saturday, but then life happened and we haven't been doing them near as much, but she wants to get back to doing them. So you could, can I put her link in your?
Absolutely.
Okay. So I'm putting the link to Lizzie's channel.
Wonderful. Okay.
So you can go there. There's a lot of lives that we've done. And this is terrible, but there's people that are part of this case that we've actually had on as guests that she interviewed. But again, you could start with Rabid's interview of her. That was really good.
Okay.
I'd also highly recommend the Maddie podcast that was done.
Okay. Is that what you put in the chat?
Yeah.
With Mark? Mark, you say it. Say it.
Sanakanuko.
No, that's not right.
No, almost.
No, I can't say it, but I know that's not right.
What is it?
Mark.
Sakanuko.
Yeah, that. Yeah, Sakanoko. Sakanoko.
Sakanoko.
It's
hard name.
I can't get it. Yeah, he's a journalist from Australia, and he did this podcast. And actually, when I first started helping Lizzie, I knew the basics of this case, but I didn't know a lot about it. So that was the first thing I listened to. He does a great job. He doesn't point fingers anyway. He's just presenting the facts, but he's a really easy to listen to.
Yeah,
you know how some people are, you know, kind of hard to listen to. He's great, and I do know that because Lizzie is in contact with him too, that sometimes he does listen to her lives that we do, which is why I refuse to say his name because I don't want to insult him. Mark Sakanako, something like that.
Just Google it and it'll pronounce the word for you.
It's not. No, Lizzie knows how to do it. I mean, she knows how to pronounce it. Everybody knows how to pronounce it. I just can't get my mouth to do it correctly. It's like my mouth just doesn't do that. So I mean, I even had Lizzie record it because there was one, I don't remember what live, but there was one live she said she was going to specifically ask him if he'd watch. So I had her record how to say it, and I practiced and practiced. And one day, all of a sudden, I said it. My daughter's like, "Yeah, that's right, that's right." Get on the live, and I screwed it up. So I'm like, I'm never saying it again. I'm never going to say it again.
Well, just tell him you're going to shorten it.
I just call him Mark. Mark with a K. There you go, Mark. Yeah. Mark from Australia. Yeah, that guy. Yeah. So yeah, Rabid put the link in for that. That's the 9 News. You can listen to the podcast on there, or you can listen through you know, podcast or, you know, iTunes or whatever. What's that commercial where they say wherever you listen to your podcasts?
Yeah.
Something like that. Anyway, so it is really interesting if you want to have at least some of your questions answered from her point of view. Of course, you know, there's groups that, you know, completely disagree with her, and that's okay. She's okay with that.
Yeah. And myself and Shirl actually went over the very first interview that Kate and Jerry did. The very first interview, which was, I think, was about a month after she went missing, or a few weeks after she went missing?
That's the one where it's like 2 or 3 weeks after. I think it was 3 weeks after she went missing.
Yeah, and it's staggering to go over that in retrospect, how quickly they seem to have processed what I think is her death at that point.
Right.
You know, it doesn't look good, you know, to me.
There's slips. I think there's slips. Yeah. Like when they refer to grieving, you know, that they had grieved. you know, they talk about it like they're done grieving now, you know, and we're you know, moving forward. Of course, we want her home, but we're moving forward. They ask questions like, how are the other kids? And they're like, you know, no, they're okay. You know, they miss their sister, but they're okay. And I'm thinking, again, 3 weeks after, and for all you know, she supposedly is kidnapped, right? She's not dead. He's kidnapped, but they're talking like they process it and they're moving on. And that's the weirdest thing. If you think your kid was kidnapped and it's only been 3 weeks, it makes no sense.
Well, I remember one interview where she, they asked her something about, do you feel guilty? And she said she did it first.
Yes.
That about blew me out of the water. I think my mouth just flew open and stayed there. I just couldn't believe she would say something like that, you know, and it was not even very long after she was missing.
I think that was the same interview that we watched, Rabid, yeah, where she said she did it first. And I'm thinking, what do you mean at first? I mean, you're like barely into double-digit days that your daughter supposedly is kidnapped. You should still be in the, is she cold? Is she hungry? Is she crying for me? That phase. And she's like, I felt guilty. And I don't care. I mean, that would be something if she were kidnapped. And even if she were kidnapped and you got her back, that would be something I would feel guilty about for the rest of my life.
Right.
I think a parent, especially a mother, if she did not know her daughter was deceased, it would be almost biologically impossible for them to process and accept the possibility that they were deceased. They would cling to any hope that they were still out there. And they wouldn't be able to stop themselves wondering how they were.
And I mean, it seems like that I would be more frantic even 3 weeks after. I would be more frantic than I was at the beginning. I mean, at the first few days, because time is going, you know, it's getting a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. I would be more panicky the longer it was. I just.
That was something that we talked about that night. They didn't go out looking for her because it was too cold. And yeah, it was dark and cold. And then they said something like George took a nap that night.
Oh my God.
I mean, hours after your child's kidnapped? I don't
really
get it. I don't get it.
It was too cold for them to be out, but what if she was okay?
And they were already talking about like looking into the future and how we can all learn lessons from this to help, you know, future parents avoid this kind of heartbreak. Like they're saying this within a few weeks. It just it just wasn't right. You know?
Yeah, so no offense, Broken Justice, but I'm not going with the German guy. There's just too, I mean, I'm not saying that they purposely killed her or anything like that, but
well, see, I was stuck with the overdose thing, and he popped up, and I just wanted it to not be them. You know, I guess denial.
You want them to be innocent, right?
Yeah,
right.
Well, yeah, you don't want to think that. I mean, you know, if an accident did happen, why wouldn't you? Yes, it would be horrible. There may be, you know, consequences, but I don't know. You know, so one of the things
they got off with it. They got by with it, didn't they?
They did, and that's another thing that Rabid and I talked about on the one that we did about how much help they got from the government.
Well, you know, I questioned that once, and I can't remember. It's been a while back, but they explained that because they were from a different country. That's why they got so much more help than someone from there would have got.
But they've gotten money. They've oh gosh, I wish Carrie was here because she knows all the names. The actual police sergeant, that detective that started the case that he ended up getting removed from, you know, he wrote a book. They sued him. We did have one guy, again, I'm so horrible with names, we did interview him. He wrote a book. He got sued. And this is all backed by the government. And somebody said in the chat that they're still getting money from the government. I don't understand how that works, but I don't know. There's just so much. There's a lot, and I don't even know all the pieces, and I don't want to misrepresent it. So,
yeah.
But if you're interested, I would check out.
I'm very interested. I'm very interested. Yes. Y'all might hear my little dog. She is starting to snore.
Well, I just got handed my grandson, and he's not happy. He wants to get down and play, so I'm gonna need to get off. Thank you, guys.
It's been great, guys. It's been really good. I really.
I know. Thank you, Rabid, for having me. Thank you to your chat. Y'all are just wonderful.
You're welcome. It was really
I'm
good.
so glad to meet up with you again.
Yeah, it's been good, hasn't it?
Yes,
It's been a while.
it does. So, but thank you, and I want to have you on my channel
Absolutely, anytime.
Soon.
Yeah,
But,
we'll do that.
okay. All right. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank
All
you.
right,
Bye,
thanks again,
Shirl.
Shirl.
Bye.
Thanks so much. Talk to you later, okay? All right, guys. Well, that was a late one. That was a long one. Thanks everyone again for jumping in, and I hope you enjoyed that. And wow, it's going to be interesting seeing the trial for this one, right? And I'll definitely be covering that one. So good night, everyone, and I shall see you all next time. Take care and enjoy the weekend that's coming up.